Baby, you best believe it. I'ma rip you up to pieces. What the fuck? The fuck? Baby, you best believe it. I'ma rip you up to pieces. I'm a lover, not a fighter. You're my Venus, you're my fires. Okay, right. Don't worry, I'll show I won't start singing. Time to wrap it up. Anyway. Just putting girls into my eyes. As a young, the city stops the end. That went into my fucking leg, man. That hurt more than the tattoo in itself. It's a little bit of a needle sticking out, but it's just more of shock in it. Yeah, boy, I can't wait to get more tattoos all over me. I mean, as I say, how many now? I don't even know, I've lost count. I'm sorry guys, my phone died and then the live ended because it's just a piece of shit. It's collapsing, all I do is life's collapsing, all I do is live with so much faith. I live to the surface forever, left behind is the fact you cannot kill what you did not create. I gotta say what I've gotta say, and when I swallow it, go great. I can't promise you'll enjoy the noise. Conflicted safe, it runs last. My future seems like one big pass, cause you left me no choice. I put my fingers into my. It's the only thing that slowly stops the end. I find it funny, like, growing up and people find you weird for, like, liking Slipknot. But, like, it's honestly a fucking sweet guy. And he's got an amazing single, so I ain't got anyone's got to say, really. With the radiuses, so we can leave me alone. I do not play Fortnite. Hello, yo, what's good? I have my own skateboard company. I'm too busy, to be honest with you. So I make skateboards, fingerboards, jumpers, tops, beanies, t-shirts. Did I miss any then? I don't think so. What's good? And then that was freehand, no stencil. That was just a piece of shit. That one's one of my designs. So I'm actually like an artist as well. So if people want a design that's doesn't exist, I'll happily design people tattoos as well. Right, what was I doing? Oh yeah, showing people my tattoos. I got 17. I went from 3 to 17 in a space of shit. I can't remember now, but it's been like 3 weeks or something. This is gonna be difficult, isn't it? I have honestly no idea that is. So got this signpost one. It's frog. It's mushroom. Needs touching up though. Commemorate my friends. The Reaper's coming to collect me in the end. That's what this one is. That's healing like shit. You can see it's still peeling slightly. Spaceship. And then there's a guy being sucked up. Spaceship. This side, you've got the ghost and an owl, which needs touching up. I can always figure out what it is, bro. Paper airplane, that's it. Mushroom. Little monster, because why not? Art. And then, I've got one up on my inner thigh. And then, I've done this one yesterday. Roman numerals. And then, I've got the cross on my wrist on this side. That one, which I already got done beforehand. That one is already done before. And then this one, which is going to have a Reaper's we shaded it. A stone archway around him. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I am broccoli head, but can you spell broccoli right? Because that's not how you spell broccoli. Nice try though. I mean, it's also really far off of how you spell broccoli. And yes, I will mock how you spell broccoli, because if you're going to try and mock me, at least try and spell it correctly. You know what I'm saying? Reject, honestly. But yeah, I accept I'm a broccoli head. I didn't get up and go, oh my god, I had a short back and side yesterday, what the fuck happened? Like, nah, it kind of grew like this deliberately. It's intentional. It's not like you to say sorry, and I don't want to be a sheep like everyone else. I just, oh, you got short back and sides, bro. What's your haircut? Oh, short back and sides. What's yours? Short back and sides. I look like a llama. Yeah, I got short back and sides, but with a mullet. Like, shut up. Just shut up. It's done. Everyone wears hood rich. Everyone looks like a twat, right? I'm sorry, not everybody, okay, granted. But people need to have some originality to them. Where's everyone's originality gone? It's just vanished. When I was growing up, you had goths, emo. You could literally, you have seen 21 Jump Street? It's like they're the goths, they're the emos, and it's like literally fucking a group for everything. The alternate people, you have. I mean, you used to have goths, emos, and alternate people, and punks, and they were all actually different. They were different. People sit there and go, no, because like goth would listen to Slipknot. I listen to Slipknot. I even listen to Slipknot right now. I love them. But then listen to, like, an emo listens to more like Panic at Disco or Fall Out Boy. But now it's just everyone's the same, bro. They just paint everyone with the same brush. You know what I'm saying? Peak for the monkey, bro. Rated X, bro. Just put I've got it where my pubes are, or something like that. What do you mean X-rated area? How man baby childish are you? Just fucking say it as it is. Stop tiptoeing around sort of beating around the bush. I mean, what, really? You think I'm gonna have straight pubes if I've got hair like this? Most people, you clearly don't understand what it is. You probably ain't got any, bar one or two, but they normally are curly on everybody. There's not really many people that have straight. They do go curly. That's normally what pubes do. But yes, I am a broccoli head. I am the hedge that once was someone had to drag through it. I am not someone dragged through a hedge. I am the hedge. I'm a bird's nest. And guess what? I fucking love it. I absolutely love my hair. It is definitely part of my identity. I'm definitely fucking proud of it. And I mean, look, bro, I always say to people, the last thing I can always win from the fact I have a skateboard company, I'm a CEO and all this shit and an artist, you're watching my live stream. When it comes down to when we get down to the basics of everything, you're on my live stream, not the other way around. Do you know what I'm saying? You can say the Ottoman Empire, bro. Funny. Do you even know what that is? Anyway, maybe you do. It's what the barbarian slave traders. All I ever do is relate. I had every step to fade. I am a word before I am a man. Who was a creature before I could stand. Barbarian slaves. Barbarian slave trade. So white people were slaves from 1500s up into about 1700s. And there's been other time periods too. I'm just helping white people feel less bad for being white. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, why are you feeling bad for something that you didn't do? If you are an active slave owner or a racist, like some people in Saudi right now, then you should feel like a piece of shit. But otherwise, no. You've invited people into your country, you've been friendly, you've been nice, you've been accepting. And including me, my family moved to the UK, like literally last generation, so like 27 years ago now. So second generation. Am I done? A little bit sometimes, yeah. Right, Ottoman is not one man. if that's what you're referring to. Bro, I wouldn't argue UK history if you're not in UK because, well, love to Turkey, I guess, or whatever this fucking handing is, right? One of those. My family, well, it depends where you really want to go down to basics. Israel is like where my people would have come from, essentially. Ish. That's it, it's an empire, correct? Sorry, bro, I thought you were trying to say it's one person. I don't. And personally, can I be real with you? I'm literally losing respect for the Middle East every day. I am. Because of the shit I'm seeing, bro. Like, you're suffocating each other, water supply. You're choking each other's water supply off. Yeah, you always say the common enemy is da-da-da-da and this and that. I mean, for real? You don't have to give a fuck. I didn't ask you to give a fuck, did I? Did those words leave my mouth? I said, right, everyone needs to give a fuck right now. No, not at all. Now, I've told people many times, there's someone who lives here, because people come in and go, so how can I piss off Muslim, right? We need to get this right. You can't, because bro, at the end of the day, it's not every single person. Just like every single English person's not racist. Oh, such an insult. Fish and chips, bro. Such an insult. Yes, it's fucking banging. What do you mean? I love England. My family moved here, and I respect the shit out of this country and this culture. And people can come here and complain, and I will say this because I'm not inherently British, so then they can take me into court. I'm like, bro, you literally know my family are from the Middle East and South Africa. What the fuck are you on about? Don't even try and call me a racist. Don't even try and point that finger at me. It won't work like it will on patriotic British people, okay? So I will say, in Saudi, they've got surf camps. I'm out there looking out my window, I look down, and then right at the bottom, there's these little fucking camps, bro, where the people, and I went down to have to speak to them. They literally stripped this guy's visa away. I think his name was like Oman or something like that. Really, really nice guy, and he was a African man. And they stripped his. But he had better English than half the bloody yobed youths in this country. So I don't care what you care about because I'm actively talking about it and you choose to actively stick on my life. So that's your choice, bro. Well, no, I'd sit there and say I've been to the Middle East. It's not. I'm not going to believe in the lies told about Gaza, but I'm also going to sit there and say I don't agree with genocide, okay? As someone who appreciates my Jewish heritage, I don't think we should all be soaking each other off and fighting each other off, right? This should just I want peace. I've had an Iranian, I'll get a screenshot of in a minute. An Iranian the other day, a true Iranian asked me, as a true Iranian, bro, he said, what's your opinion of, he said the IRGC, and I just said, at the end of the day, I think they're slightly oppressive to their own people. They're literally, I'm sorry, but you are literally slaughtering their own people in protest. That is not okay. That is just not okay. You asked me what my opinion is, but he said, no, love, brother. You're so brave for saying that, but love, as an Iranian, nations love, peace and love. And he's saying that knowing that I have Jewish heritage. There's no beef. There should be no beef. There are people who actually wake up and understand, wait, this is just kind of dumb. We all want the same thing. We all are here for the same thing. If anything, the biggest predator should be like a fucking lion or a bear, right? Not another person. Like, what are we doing? Other animals are looking at us like, are you fucking stupid? Why are you just attacking each other? You're going to wipe each other out. We could be around, we've not even been a dent in the same amount of time that other animals have been on this planet. And we won't be if we keep doing what we're doing. Do you know what I mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? The fuck do you mean by the Middle East? I mean the Middle East. It's a place on the planet, bro. You know, you have like continents, you have an area generally. So like Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, Qatar, Oman, anywhere, bro. Anywhere in that general vicinity. Even out in Afghanistan, it's not directly the Middle East, but do you know what I mean? Like out Afghanistan, Pakistan, I want them to have peace. I drink the liquid type. So do you get what I'm saying then? I want peace, I want love for, bro, I literally have love for every nation and then my love for that nation doesn't fall just for certain people in a nation, maybe. So say if Jeff, Jim and Jack, all in my estate, British men, right? They're racist. They go up to someone, they try and kick them out, and there's a family and children and they've done nothing wrong. Yes, we stop that. That's racist. That's evil thuggery. That's not allowed. I will not allow that. But then the moment it's vice versa, the same goes. But then that isn't racist. This is just factual. I'm like being reasonable and understanding. I don't need to explain to people I'm not racist. I don't give a shit if people think I'm racist or not. I drink a bottle of water. Is that what you like? Probably, bro, but they're not taking mine. I have my own business. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to make your own thing for yourself. You can't blame other people for, sometimes people got to work harder. That's the truth. I'm not going to lie. A lot of British kids are just sitting there playing Fortnite. And then they get mad at people that come over who actually are very highly educated. Highly educated. It's less than every 6 minutes. It's probably like every 3 minutes or 2 minutes. Because I don't care. Because I really need people to understand that I don't care. The moment it causes more harm than good, what's the fucking point in all the dramas? Do you know what I mean? Like, no, fuck R. Kelly. And if you don't care, no. I mean, don't have to watch my life. Do you know what I mean? You really don't have to watch my life. This is your choice if you want to stick around for it or not. At the end of the day, I mean, I'm not twisting your arm. I'm not making you stay. You don't have to listen to my opinion. You don't have to agree with my opinion. It's the best thing about free will. Do you know what I mean? You can be you. I don't give a shit what you like, but I do care. Love, it's funny you say that. But yeah, so technically, I have Jewish family from Romania, I have Jewish family from South Africa, and then they essentially converged and met in the UK, but one came down for like Copenhagen, that sort of way, and then one come up for like Germany route-ish. I'm going to get my life book, because I'm asking my adopted parents for it, and it literally says how my mum was she was about 13 when she was in Munich, in Germany, when she was moving through. And when people go, but you don't have a Jewish last name, I wonder why. They changed it. They changed everyone's last names for safety reasons. I don't know it. They didn't tell them, because imagine telling a kid his last name and he's Jewish and he goes to school and then boom, that's just disaster. He goes, oh yeah, this was actually my name. But I'm actually to the point where I'm proud. I don't give a shit, because if someone's going to try and get rid of me over something I have no control over, they are racist. And if they want to be, I don't care if I'm racist, I'm like, cool, but then I'll be in God's good, like, I am literally in God's good graces. Because I am not going to just back down. If I was to go, I'm not Christian, I'm also don't appreciate my Jewish heritage, I don't think I'm going to heaven, bro. But I'm not doing it to go to heaven. I also think it's selfish to just solely try and get into heaven. It is what it is. We just roll the dice. That's what I've always done. I drink tap water. But I don't get what you're trying to get me to say, bro. I know what you're trying to get me to say. All you have to do is say, can you say bottled water? And there you go. I said it. Alright? That's what you want to hear. Just ask me. Don't beat around the bush. Like, we're not stupid. British people actually have a very fucking high IQ. So, 100%. Make UK great again. Make the West great again. Fuck OJ, bro. I'm sorry. If he done what he done, then he don't do. And I mean, the glove don't fit, but it's because of the way they preserved it. You know what I mean? Let's not get into that one again. Allegedly, right? Anyway, fuck it. The Israeli people are innocent, right? They are innocent. They're not the ones who are potentially actively. But I mean, you all have a right to defend yourself as a nation if people are. October 7th. You kidnap women, children, and babies, and you burn them, and you do all this sort of stuff. I'm sorry. I class that as a genocide as well, people. But they're like, oh, I don't care. Pro-Palestine has been prescribed as a terrorist organisation. Guess what? Israel hasn't. You've got Oxfam trying to go stop arming Israel. They can arm themselves. What the fuck are UK bombs going to do? Little fucking spud guns? We don't have anything here. Spatulas? No, obviously I'm taking a piss. But I mean, seriously, love... for anyone who's fighting for peace. I mean, you exterminate 6 million Jews and you expect them to like clearly be wiped out, eradicated. You failed fucking miserably on an industrial scale, systematic killings of Jews, and you failed. They failed miserably, right? Jews have done nothing wrong. Did I do anything on October 7th? No. Am I in Gaza doing anything actively? No. Is most are 80%, 70, 80% of the Jews doing anything wrong? No. Are there some extreme Jews? Yes. Are there some extreme Muslims? Yes. Are there extreme Sikhs? Yes. It's like, don't be brainwashed, people, into thinking that we're an extreme of fucking everything, okay? Because there are. Oh, I have a low IQ. I have my own skateboard company, bro. I don't think so. A low IQ would be very challenging to be able to do all the paperwork, figure out what file of conformity EN-72 plus EN-72 hyphenated, no, -1, whatever the fuck it is. I've forgotten myself now, to be fair. So yeah, granted, brain rot, it's got me. Which is to do with the toxicity in metal in the trucks alone. Probably took you a long time. Took me a long time to do what? I find this interesting. I'm not American, but I find it funny, bro. You say that Mexican. Are you saying about him or me? I'm confused. Maybe. The Mexican who thinks he's English, no, thinks he's American. I love people like that. They make me laugh. They're like they don't like Americans sometimes, but then I mean Argentinians are the worst. Let's be real. They're racist as shit, man. Look, only people I hate is no group of people. I hate people who abuse kids. I literally kick out the chair, bruv. I kick out the fucking chair. I don't care. I'll sit there, kick out the chair, spark my cigarette, have a laugh, record it, upload it, call me sick and twisted. I don't care. Because guess what? There are other groups that do exactly the same thing, and it's not sick and twisted, is it? Apparently, it's just freedom fighting. So, I'm fighting for my the women. And when I say my women and children, I don't mean obviously my women. I don't own them like you people do in other countries think where they own them. They think you don't. I'm okay, yeah, I'm alright, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm always fine. I find my way out of the fucking gutter, so to speak. I feel better helping other people out. Hopefully it made a difference. As I said, I'm going to post this thing where it says the Iranian said, be honest, and this is what I mean by I went back down. He said, he's Iranian. What do I think of the IGC? And I said, I think they're oppressive. I think they're literally killing their own. They're killing their own people because they're protesting, because they know they're losing. So at the end of the day, that's fair. We're not even doing that. The British government don't even do that. Like they're not. Yeah, they're trying to put us in jail because they're scared too. But fuck them. Like at the end of the day, this is what we got to fight against, people. It's like it's this divide they're trying to put on us, which none of us want. Most of us don't want. Yeah, there's some evil, but I mean, don't worry, there's plenty of people like me, as I said, who's like, I'm willing to put my needs and everything last. My business, my life, everything. I'm willing to put on hold. I'm willing to end it to protect innocence, which a lot of people don't. A lot of people just go, I'm just going to walk past and act like, everything's fine. Well, you act like that and continue to do that, then, you wait 5-10 years and see what happens, because I mean, you're getting the shit kicked out of you for being British and white. I mean, good luck. Do you like music? Do you like not sweating under a bin bag and a burqa, right? Do you like the West? Do you like how we are? That's what I mean. When I've travelled, I've worn appropriate clothing, not too colourful. When I've gone into the Middle East, because I know they don't like art, they don't like artsy things. I didn't draw while I was over there. I didn't have tattoos, but if I did, I would have covered them up, just because I'm trying to be respectful, because what you do. Oh, 100%. And the funny thing is, I don't mind if the anti-Semitic game, because the thing is, they fucking failed at literally wiping out a whole race people. I mean, seriously, how? I'm glad they didn't, but I mean, and then look at Jews. Have they actually wiped every single other person out? No. Most of them just want to fucking get on with their life and go, well, that was a close call. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, but now you should have done it the first fucking time because it ain't gonna happen again. You can't go, oh, by the way, guys, get onto these trains. These trains will take you somewhere safe. We know where that fucking track's gonna lead to now. It won't happen. People will rather lay down their life. We literally, when you put people and treat them like cattle and put them through hell, their people evolve. I can tell you now, people evolve. This is actually what happens. People evolve. I mean, if people notice how flies have got smarter, when I was younger, flies used to get stuck in buildings and fly into sticky things and get stuck. Now they don't really do it anymore. They fly in, they go around the room and then back out the tiny crack of the window. I swear they never used to do that. It's because they're getting used to how to fly again and this is just what happens. But everything evolves when it means its species is potentially in danger. Species, race, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I mean, obviously I'm talking about animals when I talk about species, but race is in, technically Jewish is a race and a heritage. Like, it's a faith and a heritage. That's what I'm saying. It's a dumb thing to, why are you trying to wipe out anyway? What are you scared about? What's the history, bro? Please educate me. Please educate me. I would love you to try and educate me because I'm all up for it. I'm all up for debates. Our stolen heritage. Even though in the Quran and in the Bible and the five books of Torah, it's the same thing. It says how Israel is the promised land for the children. Jewish people, it's the promised land. It's not stolen. It says it in the fucking Quran, which is hilarious, bro. Scrap that if you don't want it to say that. You didn't even finish primary school. Correct. You're right. I didn't finish primary school. No. And they've been killing Palestinians ever since. Have they? So what? My family, who were drugged up on the sofa most of their lives, were out there killing Palestinians, were they? So you don't want me to sit there and turn around and go, all Palestinians are evil people. You don't want me to say that, right? No, because it's not true. So you can't say the same thing about Jewish people. And if you want to say the same thing about Jewish people, then we just say the same thing about you, but then you're first to get mad about it. Do you know what I mean? Who's talking about your family? No, but then I'd appreciate if you sit here and say Jews are killed, because they're not. If you want to sit there and say there are some people at war that happen to be Jewish and Palestinian, then cool, by all means, right? But I also would like to reiterate, the nation of Israel is older. It predates, okay? And also, oh man, this is no educating some people. Right. It's the promised land. It predates Islam by quite a fucking bit, Judaism. It even predates, like Christianity even accept that. They go, yeah, fair enough. It's a newer base religion. I respect Christianity because what they've done is they've gone against their own God and gone, well, we don't agree with that homophobia. We don't agree with this. That's brave because they're like, I could go to hell, but I would rather be nice to people on this current plane of existence. Can't argue that Christians aren't some of the bravest fucking people. You know, terrorists try and take their head off ISIS, and did they say convert? Nah, I've got Jesus. That is some fucking holy power right there, I'm telling you now. As holy power. I've seen Islamists on the ground that have been attacked and they're like, no, please, I just funny that. British people just accept it. Fate. This is it. A peaceful people. I mean, there's some of us that are obviously kind of nuts. That's just the truth. Depends where you would like to say, bro. So I have love for all the Middle East. My family does, well, they would come from Israel originally because it's obviously promised land and it's their land still. But yes, Jesus is King. Jesus is my Lord and Savior, my Messiah. Oh my God, well that's racist. So, Islam is the newest, oh wait, here we go. So a lot of religions choose against Zionism. I'm against Zionism. There you go, do people want to hear that? Do people want to hear me say this? Because it's true. I think Zionism's an extreme. I think two wrongs don't make a right, right? But I agree with any Jew that will try to defend themselves when they're doing nothing wrong. Let me. Okay, bro. Fuck the billionaires. I'll agree with you on that one. Do I? No. I believe what I've seen. Did you know that they're headed? I've been to the Middle East, bro, and in Saudi they still have slave camps. I'm pretty sure I've been around most of the UK and I've not seen one fucking slave camp anywhere. Not one. So that's interesting. The only sort of stupid that can happen is when people come over and they take someone's visa and they take it and leave them in factories. But at the same time, those people did travel over here illegally anyway, so I'm not saying it's right, but if you were to stay where you kind of belong, then it wouldn't happen, would it? You see people complaining, like, I mean, the Jews literally didn't complain. They got put on a train and they were like, shit, we done this to ourselves. We thought we were going to, they didn't even go, are you like, but yeah, they lied to them, but don't tell me about history, bro. I don't listen to any of the news. It's all brainwashing. It's all brainwashing. I might take a listen to it and be like, interesting. Then I go might read a book before predating all of this fucking propaganda and brainwashing. But I can tell you now for a fact, I would debate anybody on here on anything. So I need a cigarette. That's what I'm thinking about right now. And I've won every debate I've had on it. And there's anyone that can argue it. Literally, I know what I'm on about. I know what the call to prayer says. I know that we don't have for Jewish people to Muslims. It's disgusting. Okay? I don't need to look at the news. You just have to get yourself a plane ticket, go between, you don't have to go to countries like Egypt, Turkey, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Iran. Do you know what I mean? You literally, and you will see, granted, some stuff is blown massively out of proportion here in the West, granted. But I mean, at the same time, bro, you can't argue with video footage, okay? I mean, there's literally people being chucked off of roofs and stoned to death. How can, like, a woman being put in a hole up to her head, and people, are you, like, that's it? I don't fucking care. I have no respect for that. I don't care what that woman done. There is nothing that deserves that. Nothing that warrants that. But you see, me as a diagnosed sociopath, a crazy British person, and I'm proud, oh, I could do that to somebody for them for doing that to innocents. Easy peasy, peasy, peasy. I'd be like, literally, I'd be sitting there laughing about it. I'd be kicking it too, like, over and over again. Like, you know, until it detached. I'm a bit fucking nuts, me, to be honest with you. I mean, I like, you know, say about, oh, there'd be a martyr. I don't even think I'd be a martyr, but I'm proud to and happy to go out for my people if it's innocence lost. 100%. Any day. Because it's selfish in my belief to go to be, oh no, I'm not going to get involved if it means innocence gets hurt. And you just stand back idly because you want to go Durban. Yeah, we don't need an ancient rule book, bro. Examples of stone. That's what I mean. It's actually disgusting. You guys actually think it's okay for Muslims in the third world to... No! Whoa. No. As I said, if somebody done that to a child in my country, I'll kick the fucking chair out, bro. I will... Axel Kabana, yeah? Scumbag. Hang yourself, mate. And if you won't, I'm surprised I don't fucking care. I honestly don't. And I'm not having somebody go, that's brutal. No, it's not. What he done to children is brutal. He is an adult now. He is fully capable in mindset. I don't care if he's mentally ill. I'm mentally ill. I mean, clearly I'm a bit deranged. I don't care. And why? You want to, like... Okay, fair play. So someone's pretty much... No, right. Let me just reiterate this. Anyone who touches a child, anyone who touches a woman, a woman without their consent, and a child regardless, because a child cannot consent. You please understand this, people. 16, off limits, you're an adult. 16, teenagers can mess around together, that's fine, that's the law. It's the age of experimentation, right? You do not fucking touch a child. I don't care if you get, well, she's bled. Are you done? So what? So what? I'm being real here. When I was like 9 and I first hit puberty, I mean, like, definitely something grew a little bit. I'm not a man suddenly, am I, ever fucking drive? No, I'm still a child. I'm still a child. You know, I'm not, like, get your heads on right. That is not correct. I appreciate you may think that is your religion, that is your belief. But then don't bring that into a westernized country. I'm saying we can't control geopolitics. Geopolitics. It's not our place to. I mean, we can do, but it seems to always cause shit and drama, right? But on our own our own soil and like our home turf, fuck no. That is a child. That is a fucking child. And I would rather die standing proud on that than to conform to those beliefs. And anybody that will conform to that, it's not even a belief. You are a monster. That is satanic if you do that. 100%. I don't give a shit. Okay? Straight up. And I'm proud. So when people want to sit there and say Jews are bad, I'm sorry. Do people want to reevaluate the situation? So I have Jewish heritage and I'm saying nonsense is bad. They deserve to swing. Anyone. Doesn't matter. Genocide, wrong. Clearly shows I'm not a bad person. I do actually believe you because I'm outwardly spoken about it. But there are people who are Muslims who, and it doesn't matter who they are. Muslims, they could be Christians. If you're a Christian, you can swing. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you do. Yeah. So then there's me. People go, oh, Jews are mad. But I'm like, are you serious, guys? There's literally people who are actively saying, so what? We stone women. So what? We take their right. Are you fucking joking me? Are you brainwashed to shit? Do you want me to kick your head in a little bit? Like, do you need sorting out? Do you know what I mean? I'm sorry, what on earth? What on fucking earth? If I would expect no less. Like, if I saw a Jew getting marched past, I was like, what's he done? Oh, he's just abused some kids. All right, cool, hang him. I don't care if he's a Jew. I don't care if he's a Christian. I don't care who you are. You have abused a child. The same goes anyway. I'll literally take him out to that tree. You know what I mean? Make sure the rope's strong and I'll kick the fucking chair out and we'll have a barbecue. Because at the end of the day, maybe it put a bit more fear in people's hearts into not doing that to children, okay? I am not accepting and taking that Jews are bad people when me, with Jewish heritage and Christian heritage, absolutely hate that evil and will so speak out about it, even if it's at risk of my own life. I don't care. That makes me a good person. That's a selfless act. I don't need to hear anything from anybody saying how it's not, because people go, oh, that's brave. What, to say I wouldn't abuse a child? What kind of fucking utopian world do we live in? People pattern up, because I'll kick the chair up from underneath you too if you believe in that shit. I don't care. They are children. You were once a child, man or woman, doesn't matter. You were once a child, you were once vulnerable, end of discussion. No more need be said about it. It's not racist, I just care about women, children and innocent people. And I don't care if you don't care, bro. Do you know what I mean? I don't care. You're the people we don't care about. Straight up. And I'm telling you what now, people think you can invade a country with 69 million British people. Good luck. 69 million Brits. It just won't happen, will it? It just won't happen. Good luck. Honestly, I really, really wish you the best of luck. You better ramp up them boat crossings and stuff like that, because you know what? It won't happen. It won't happen. We are so fucking angry at this point, as you can tell, right? And I've shared some videos as well so people can see the anger. Love to women and children. If you want to come here, if you want to escape your oppressive regime, I'm all for that, right? And oppressive men. But at the end of it, bro, I ain't telling people where I'm from, because at the end of that just makes it a little bit more risky. But at the end of the day, I don't give a, well, actually, I don't give a fuck. South of the UK, there you go. It's not that big. People want to try to find me, I've always said go ahead, because at the end of the day, it gives me more reason to actually, I'm done with it. The moment someone tries on me, I'm like, that's it. Let's go for it. I'm fucking going. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, so you want to come here. I've seen even a Muslim guy post himself on it, and I've shared it. He said he was mad. He's going, I'm fucking disgusted in my own brothers and what they are doing. He said, what do you mean? What, you expect British people not to get angry when it's their children and their women and their children? Of course. 100%. And I don't care if you don't care, because I tell you what, at some point you will fucking care. Because what's happening now is this case of psychosis. This actually happens to people. Stress and anxiety causes psychosis at massive amounts. You guys won't be experiencing that. You're living a lavish life in a hotel, right? That's fine. We're the ones battling the psychosis and the mental struggles every day, and then also defending our home turf. So all I'm saying is watch out. I am fucking for real. We won the Crusades, we'll win this Crusades. And on our own home turf? Yeah. Okay. We also have the British Army on our side too, I guarantee you that now. I know so many people who used to serve in the army. I know farmers who have, everyone and their mothers is pecking around here, but yeah, they do. They be got shotguns, bro. They be nuts. People just think they're not armed. They are. There are people here who are so patriotic, more patriotic than I am. There's a lady down the road, and it's, I won't hear it to feel bad for being fucking racist for the caring about. That is so shit. Because then I'll say the same thing. If we're racist for caring about our children, what on earth are they for not caring about their women and children? Evil? Satanic? I mean, we can really keep on listing off things here, can't we? Bro, don't need Spark or Zoot, man. I would do, bro, but yeah, I don't need to put you on a... No, but this is my point, bro. We don't need the AKs and the M16s. Guess what you got to do with those things? They jam, you need to reload. Can you imagine? It's like playing COD Zombies. I tell you now, a lot of people think over the trenches in World War I and World War II that they only went over because they said they'd be court-martialed. We'll shoot you if you don't go over. You realise it'd be easier to be shot there than make the effort of climbing the stairs to get over. They knew that they saw people getting laid down anyway. Like, okay, fucking shoot me then. No, that was not the reason. So most of the time, they saw their best friends and their brothers in arms getting laid down. And that was enough. Imagine watching your best friends and everything like that getting laid down. Like, bro, this is why the protesters in Iran are now uprising, even against weapons. Because the same thing would happen here. We don't care. Because we're like the few to save, sacrifice whatever, the few to save the many. That is what it will be like, bro. And the moment, like Bondi Beach, rest in peace, where they wait for a reload and they run up and they grab your gun and they get off, they butt you in the face and pop you back with it, and that British person's got to go, bro, that's going to happen everywhere. There's people that won't commit, there's people that will just pussy out. And I tell you what, there's a lot of British people now, they've done the dumb thing by arresting people for Facebook posts because they're showing Britain the worst place you can be, which is jail in the UK. There's no death penalty, there's just this, for a Facebook post. You don't think that when they get out, they're going to be like, do you know what? I'm happy to do that just to protect my country. Like, don't show people the worst place you can go so easy. Because it makes people go, I've been to jail. It was a fucking breeze. It was honestly a breeze. It was generally like nothing. I'm just like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, there's 4 channels. Some of them are some of them are black and white. You know, food ain't that great. But I mean, I'm not paying bills. I'm not slaving away here to pay bills and be under, pay for a roof that I'm never going to be under because I'm always in a workplace. That it's just shit. Okay? Right. End of discussion. We've moved on. I technically win the argument any day because I will not be silenced about our women and children. Okay? I will not. It actually does do stuff though, bro. And I am actively waiting. Do you think I'd run out there onto the streets right now when people were still living their lives going, charge! At what? There's nothing yet. I'm waiting for the day it's needed. Okay? Yeah, totally. Call me delusional. I'll accept that. I don't care. I really don't give a shit. So I went to jail for it was remanded. So you get in the UK, I don't know if anyone knows around the world, but you get a suspended sentence, which is essentially, it was 2-year sentence suspended for 12 months. If you do anything in that 12 months, they activate it and you go in for the 2 years you're meant to serve. I ended up stacking up 3 together because of bad mental health. One of them was for carrying a samurai, like a katana blade down the beach. It was one that, that's what I mean, bro. It's one of the only people that carry something and did not give a shit. I got tasered because I refused to drop it. And I don't, see what I mean? I actually expect nothing less from that police officer. I expect nothing less because at the end of the day, he was doing a job, and if he thought I was going to potentially attack him, he had every right to defend himself. Every right. There wasn't any brutality, there wasn't any excess force. There were armed police officers turning up as well. They saw it as a serious threat. So my point is, Also, am I then racist? We go, oh, how will you do it to me? No, I think that was fair. I think that's fair. If anyone's carrying a baited article, pop them off with your little taser, make them piss and shit themselves. Like, I mean, literally, not actually like piss and shit, like physically muscle relaxant to a degree, if you get what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, I want, like, every day I'm hearing this thing, like, seeing, I'm not even getting as angry as some of the people I'm seeing on Facebook videos. Holy shit. Like, there's one video I saw, it was like, thud, and he was like, she was an old woman, you fucking cunt, she was thud. I'm like, whoa, he's mad, bro. 21 hits to the head. Rest in peace, Anne, like, honestly. Just because someone's got a slightly different opinion, no. What kind of world are we living in now where people get killed for a slightly different opinion? That's why I'm like, well, at the end of the day, I don't want to live in that world. So I'll have my different opinion, thank you very much. If someone wants to do me in, they can try and do me in. But there's a fat chance me as a sociopath is going to turn around and fuck you over way before you even realise. I do not sleep. I sleep one eye open. I get like 3 hours sleep every night. I'm paranoid. I'm delusional. Like people tell me, whatever. But I'm also realistic. Am I okay? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you? I feel like every day this platform needs to be used in some sort of way, because otherwise, someone said to me before, how can you sit by while the country goes to shit? And they have a point. I'm not trying to sit by, but I mean loads of people are. And I'm not inciting anything. I'm not asking people to do anything. I'm not. I mean, if you see a child actively getting hurt, or, you know, maybe look out for your kids a little bit more, you know, it's unfortunate the times we're in. And time will reveal itself on what we need to do. But I'm just saying, be mentally there. Don't just be clued off to it and be told you're a racist to make yourself feel bad and beat yourself up, because you're not. Because the reason they can't tell me that shit is because I don't believe it, and I know for a fact I am literally mixed cultured. My family is from all walks of life. But not just like where people in Britain are like, oh, 100, 200, 300 years ago, your family's mixed from like Spanish to. I'm literally talking like my granddad on my mum's side and my granddad, they all just converged. So like it's not like I'm a Frankenstein monster, is it? Because I'm a mixture from this part and this part, and it's not natural. Clearly, my point is, you can't get a dog and a cat breed it together. It's going to come out all fucked up. It's probably when you might, like, do you know what I mean? But the fact that from all walks of life, from like South, you could be like from South, you could be the Middle East, you could be American, you could be South America, you could be the Americas, you could be Oceania, so like Australia, so like Asia, technically, I always find it's quite funny, but Asian, all mix, and boom, guess what? It's not like it's a weird alien creature. It's a person that's functional, walking, talking, breathing, no disabilities. I wonder why. Because we're all human beings. Like, it's so dumb. I'd understand if they went like, well, see this interracial couple, their babies just don't work. Then it's a bit like, okay, maybe. But no, everything works together. Every mix works together. What doesn't work is cousins. What doesn't work is when things like that, you know, the same family, because that is how you cause low IQ and inbreeding. We are meant to mix. We're not meant to not mix. It's so dumb. I mean, those statistics argue that with me. Tell me I'm wrong. That inbreeding doesn't cause it, but yet you could. If the more you actually did mix all walks of life, the less likely you are to actually get a disability. It's true. I'm sorry to that shit. If that's what you think of what you're talking of. No, it's not fair. But then people go and say, people will try and do stuff to want to get, and then there's got to be people that have got to prevent it. And if they can, and there are, and I know people feel lost and hopeless and scared. Don't. Because I would always step in, regardless of what the outcome is for me, because at the end of the day, that is the fear thing that they try and install in people's heads to make them think, you know, not to intervene. Of course I'm going to fucking intervene. It's innocence. God has given me that ability right there to either intervene or walk away, right? If I walk away, I know he's shaking his head at me. I know I'm shaking my head at myself. I've got my head held like, no. No one can ruin my pride and my integrity. Like, no matter how racist you tell me I am for defending a kid or a woman or a child or even a man, it doesn't matter. Like if I see someone getting like jumped, right, I'm gonna run over with a brick and brick a person, even if it's the end of them. I'm like, well, cool, that's one person. Like, I always have a crazy pain tolerance to the point where where my dad used to beat me so much, like I got a lot of cartilage in my head around, like it builds up around the brain and the bone, and I actually don't get knocked out as easy. Like I really, really don't. It's kind of weird, bro. Like one time I was walking out to go get my post. I was having a cigarette, and I think I had a seizure. I don't know what happened, but I went straight over and landed on my head. And about 2 seconds later, got up. I was like, did I just knock myself out? Because it was like when you knock yourself out, even if it's briefly, there's like a blank memory set. Like it almost makes you feel like you've got amnesia for a second. And my partner's like, yeah, I think you did. But she's like, but you got like straight back up again. I was like, well, if my body weight falling onto concrete, right, hitting concrete by full body weight going like boom, just like gone, isn't going to knock me out for longer than 2 seconds, I doubt someone's fist is going to. Do you know what I mean? Like realistically, you'd be very, very lucky if it did. It's just going to piss me off. It's just going to aggravate me. That's what's going to happen. And the thing is, people who play day is like I would. I'd run up to someone the back of them, I'd bite them on the neck, and then I'd jump. Like I would play day. What do you mean play day? Look at how animals fight, bro. They're like savages. And then we just sit there like, no, let's dance around a little bit, like doing backflips and so. I'll just stand there and wait for you to finish your little somersaults. And then I'll bop you in the face. Simple as. Yeah, no, I'm not, but cheers anyway, I guess. Right. But so many people, even like family, I know that. I messed my first one, she's like, oh, it is what it is. I'm like, what do you mean it is what it is? You are a woman with Jewish heritage and children. It fucking angers me. It's not, it is what it is, okay? It is what it fucking is. Ugh. Damn it, man. I would have learned to a grade when I learned how to curse. The thing is, my life's best. I eat a bacon sandwich while listening to music. Am I going to hell? No. Oh, don't get mad, bro. You don't have to get mad, do you? Bro, guys get so mad. They shit on my hair and then women love my hair and my attitude and I have my own business and then they're like, fuck you, bro, even more. I'm like, oh yeah, it's your... Maybe you've had a nicer attitude, or like, you know, yes, I'm a little bit angry and aggressive, but to the right reasons, right? For the right reasons. Yeah. So I mean, what the fuck? Illuminati theories in the hobby, money. Put the motherfucker ever got me to money. Renaissance. We can stop pretending. Turn down and down, then I realize that I like the song more than I like you. So me, what the fuck, so? Oh, you dick. I'm so Pisces. On my S is a planetary. I can't keep the vector on my vocabulary. Let me just say as well, for people who think it's haram and all music stuff, I listen in my life. So I've ate pork. Doesn't have to be kosher, right? I haven't oppressed any particular group of people. I'm listening to music and my life's going pretty blessed. Now, that shouldn't be really happening if it's all sinful, should it? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm right. Fair enough, I might not know what I'm right about. Like, I don't know what the actual answer is, but I know that I'm clearly heading in the right direction in life. I'm doing the correct thing. And like I said, the government shut people in jail for a fear tactic, technically. Just shut them up, be quiet, blah, 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 blah. I don't give a shit. Free living, not free living. If anything, it feels easier. I mean, jail feels a whole lot fucking easier to me. It's for real. Just assert your dominance when you get in jail very easy, like I done. When I was having a shower, trying to slap my ass, so I just knocked him out. I walked out and I said, well, yeah, I just... Because you have like 5 minutes in the jail blocks and you come out and there's literally a screw or a guard stand like, pretty much waiting on the outside. And I told him, like, it's like, let him... As I came out, he said, let him know it's time to come out as well. And I said, no, he tried to touch my ass, so he's on the floor. And he was like, wait, what? And then he walked in there and I'm like, yeah, went back to my cell because your cells are open. I don't give a fuck. I know I get fucked up by some people, 100%. That's life. But you also got to exude confidence every fucking time, and I did. Hey, Miss Sunshine, I took a tab and kissed the sun. It's a good life. But that's all. But that's all right. Right, let me have a ciggy. Yummy. People about to take it. Roll the windows, roll it one up, so I can speak. Run the volume, turn it up. Everybody in the song, just like we were right seeing you in a cheap hotel. Dazed and confused, but we clean up well. Oh, I hate cigarettes so much. It's a long way home. Right, bear with everyone. Oh, it's fucking sunny today. I hope you're doing fine. I know we had a problem, but never mind. I'm sorry after all this time. I know. Dick. To the day that you look back when I look at you. I hope you're doing fine. I know we had problems, whatever. Put myself a bit together. But see who typically leaves and gets mad at what I have to say. Because I think deep down people really know it's the true better way to live. Not sitting there being angry online and accepting people for who they are. But the complete opposite, just being angry little man who thinks everyone's, all white people are bad people, even though we, have been such a gracious host of a country, really have as a country, to be honest with you. I don't know how people do it. I'm not even that fucking gracious. That's the reality of this, right? Because I won't just shut my mouth. People will. Even though all the shit's still happening and the painful things, right? I respect my British citizens, my fellow British citizens, bro. Fucking hell. Fair play, because they just want peace. But please just don't go around spreading misinformation or hate against everybody, because it's not every person ever. Because that is very wrong. And that is false. That's what I tell people. Just care about women and children, because then there's nothing wrong with saying that. That's the importance. I mean, it's the opposite. There's everything right saying it. I mean, if you don't agree with it, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right. 2 seconds. I'm just gonna go sort the dog out and I'll be back. I am on a smoke break. Technically, right, bro. I just feel like if you have a platform and people can hear, you sort of have a right to try and not spread misinformation. Because I had someone earlier say, and I'm not saying this, but F all Muslims. That is wrong. That is not true. Just like every Christian or no, you can't. People are people. You got to judge people off their actions. If they're an asshole, by all means, do what you got to do. But right, it's 2 seconds. Let me get sort the dog out. I'll be back in a second. Peace. More engagement, and two, just to try and keep the positivity. Stereotype. I think I have a point with a stereotype. I appreciate what you're saying, but stereotype is a stereotype for a reason. Do you know what I mean? It's not 100% true with everybody. I mean, the reason I cannot sit there and say everybody's bad is because I have Jewish heritage and everybody sits there and says Jews are all bad, but they're not. Because I want to do charity work. I care about people. The logics don't line up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I said, yeah, so I'm trying to help my family. I don't care who you are. I'm not going to sit there and think, oh, I'm trying to defend me. I'm not actually going to touch you because you're a black or you're Muslim, because then that is racist, in my opinion, because treat everyone as equals. Am I wrong or am I right? Like, I know I'm right, 100%. Because you can't objectively leave people out of an ass whooping because you think, nah, that's not right. Because I'm going to be called a racist. No, because I'd beat up anybody if someone touched my kid. I don't have a kid, but you know what I mean? If I had a kid, then yeah, 100%. So I was going to be sponsored when I was growing up, but I slipped this on my spine, tore my ACLs and my UCLs. I thought I was a shit skater. I like to make jokes about that, but I was actually having seizures. And coming off the ball, and I did not know. I would come off, I was like, oh, I'm achy, and I didn't know I was having seizures. I thought I just slammed really hard, but I've had this where my bone came out of my arm, so it was pinned together. It's called a compound fracture. Slipped this on my spine, tore my ACLs, UCLs, MCLs, ripped my meniscus. But now I make my own skateboards. I have my own skateboard company. It was pretty brutal, mate, yeah. Of course, 1 second, I'll show you some of my art. I'll show you some of my tattoos I've done on myself as well. So it's this one. Thank you, bro, I appreciate it. That's not finished, that's what I'm doing today, the little bat. God bless you, man. I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm still on a lot of painkillers. I'll show you guys my skateboards quickly. Oh. I make wheels as well. So I made a new type of formula for a skateboard wheel. So it's one of my skateboards. Did want to set this one up, to be fair. Flipping the Getter Bird. So if people know what a Getter Bird is, it's a nollie half flip late 180. That's my brain not working. But obviously, flipping a bird, double meaning you say flipping a bird, you know what I'm saying? But thank you, I appreciate that. It is. This one's a glow in the dark board of a board that's gone up someone's ass. I make fingerboards as well. So they are heat. Sounds like these ones like stickers, bro. They're heat transfer graphics, and I'm actually going to charge some up now because they're glow in the dark. Because technically, heat transfer graphic is a sticker. It's just stuck on with heat. I mean, if you want to call it that. Let me leave them in the sun. I mean, they are bright as shit. Actually, I'll charge up the skateboard as well. Why not? Oh, these are some other ones I did. This one had no stencil, like, or reference, and then that's probably one of my favourite ones. And then I've done that one to commemorate my friends. I've done this one which is still healing. It's not finished yet. And that one with a frog, and then a mushroom. These ones. And then last night I got the Roman numerals on my chest. But yeah, but it's funny, I've actually had people say obviously travel. I'm planning on traveling. My brain. I'm planning on travelling with it anyway. Do you know what? Today's going to get very warm. It's like 28 degrees or some shit. 28 degrees.
That's Celsius as well. For the Americans.
So we'll do some art and then we'll fingerboard a little bit, right? Because fingerboarding's fun, man. I don't care what anyone says. You've got to have fun. You've got to enjoy your life and do you. Fuck what other people think. And if people respect it, then cool. If people don't, it does not matter. As long as you're trying to be a nice person. Yeah, 100% man. Fuck this. Oh, that's better. How I wish I could actually sit here with the top off, but I can't because of the amount of people online that are a bit, if you get what I'm saying. It's about to end it all. Yeah, totally, bro. I'm so depressed, so miserable. to be something to do with you. I really don't mind what happens there and then. I have the best lives, right? I'm not saying it's the best life, I think they're done. But I sing and I do art, both of which are literal haram apparently. So I mean that's why I could not live my life I would not be able to do what I enjoy, which is it's all apparently wrong. Bullshit. That is called depression, my friend. We get to the secret 7 key. Right, we're doing backseat. We're doing like a. Need to the plants that he's hanging off of, otherwise he's just fucking floating there in the air. Right. I'm 25. Yeah, pretty much, bro. Hey, I lived in London for a bit. But at the same time, it doesn't just have to be in London or Manchester or whatever. I just refuse. I'm gonna live my life and enjoy it while I got it. Otherwise, what the fuck is the point? You know what I mean? But I'm also a crazy person, so like, where people are scared to defend themselves, I'm not, regardless of the repercussions that come out of it. I mean, it's like, you got hammer, cool, I've got hammer too, cool, you got a kitchen knife, cool, I've got a few kitchen knives as well, let's play chicken. You know what I mean? Let's play chicken with each other. Let's dance. Because I've already been attacked and I've shown people before. So let me show you. I don't mind showing people this because this is the realism of the UK. If I can get these fuckers off again. 1 second. And the person that did attack me shit himself because I chased him and kicked the shit out of him. Proceeded to kick the shit out of him while holding my waist so I didn't have my internals spill out. But he absolutely, as you can imagine, somebody shit himself. Because like, wait, why is this guy like, what on earth? So. And I mean, even shocked myself a little bit. It's not just adrenaline, because I walked myself into the hospital and I was like, okay, I don't feel too great. Like, so, stretch marks. This one. And that was when I was 15, 16. When I say, can't judge every British person by Keir Starmer standards, is actually a fanny, right? I appreciate that. You've got to be terrified. Just know there'll be people that will. There's patriotic in UK. I don't really call it. Just proud, and would defend anybody's kids, and you know what's needed to do. Hello, Angel. Welcome. Yeah, it's got to be shit. So I've got society together. I guess you've got to be, you know, connected, and not, you know, that's what you try and do. You try and tear them apart by making people just not like each other and making everybody a bit miserable by making them wet their asses off so they've got no spare time, no free time to like socialise, mingle, connect. I mean, it's obvious, bro. It's like, it's done through design. Men are fucking themselves, and men and women and children, and yeah, men are the cause issue. That's it. That's the shittest thing. I fucking hate men mostly, to be honest with you. I'd rather be alone with no mate. Like, I know some lads that are like decent and agree 100% with what I say, and I'd rather have 2 decent friends who are against everyone else who is just evil. I don't get how on earth. It's like a man needs to go through hell for him to actually understand what it's like to be put through hell, like abused and attacked himself. Do you know what I mean? Or he just thinks he just glides on fucking water. Think they're a god sort of thing. No, it's your job as a man to be chivalrous and stand up to the evil. Like, how many movies you watch, right? It's a guy and you'll grab the bat and you'll go downstairs and you'll defend the family. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I'll take a bat and a claw hammer, or let's go. Do you know what I'm saying? I won't even hesitate. You know, people think like, oh, I'll use this. So I'm like, I'll be waiting around the side of the door, waiting for them to come around, and I get the fucking hand and then pull them in with it, and then get them in the head. And then pull them in, I'm like, you're on my property, bop. Rest your head there, gently. On my phone to ambulance. Is he alright? Yeah. He's fine. He's not moving. Sorry, I don't know what happened. He tripped and fell on my hammer. No, I'll just say straight up. I don't care. Because then it makes people think, oh shit, wait, I can't just walk into someone's house and do whatever I want. No, you can't. Because people will fully whoop your ass. Like, for real. Especially hard-working British men who've just been put through, like, the shit to make them feel shit for who they are. I'm not sitting there saying for 1 minute it happens to... That's what I'm saying, because it doesn't happen enough to men. Men don't realise the pain they cause. That's what I'm saying. You're not a man excluding disabilities and that shit. People can't. Precisely. I mean, and this is the thing. Like, women have to go through the pain of childbirth and all that shit. Now, it's the one thing a man could do is, you know, protect his family with his life. That's been the way it has in the animal kingdom for a long time. You know, you have the mum that protect the cubs, and then the main pack, him as the leader, will fight off any main threat, even at risk of his own life. That's like what you do. Just like how women giving birth to a child can be dangerous. I know we've now got sciences, but it used to be quite dangerous, you know, internal bleeding and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's worse or right, but what women have to suffer with is a lot worse. But what men do to themselves is subjectively, like, not worse, it's stupid because we're doing it to ourselves. Like, oh, you're crying, But then that guy who says, oh, you're crying, is the first guy to go and fucking cry when people mock him. It's so dumb. I can't believe it, honestly. The logics. And men think they're smart. It is toxic. It is incredibly toxic. It's a manosphere shit, like Andrew Tate. People go, oh, innocent to prove. No, I don't give a fuck about innocent to proven guilty shit. That's not the case. There's enough proof, in my opinion. I've seen footage of him being abusive. People go, but women like it kinky. Yeah, maybe, if they ask for it and they are... Do you know what I mean? It's not... People take that way too far, bro. You're watching too much porn thinking that's how life is. I mean, seriously. That's just the truth of it. There's not one person actually likes to be beaten completely taken. Like, maybe in their head, some people may think, right? Just like confusion or, you know, but I guarantee you the moment someone goes through something that extreme, it'll be like, okay, yeah, this isn't for me. That's when you'll be like, okay, fair enough. We tried... You don't just go, no, you will. No, you won't. You can't fucking make someone like something. That's just not how it works. You know what I mean? Choke yourself out if you're that weird and kinky. Do you know what I mean? Fuck it. Take it out on yourself, not anyone else. I mean, it's sad that men can't understand. I'll be honest with you, I was abused by my dad, and I feel like, don't know if that shifted my mindset on the whole opinion of it. Scummy piece of shit, like, beyond all words. There's just no words. But I would rather have no mates and be alone in my... It's sad, because I'm like, why can't men just fucking wake up? They cry that they're literally like... A lot of men will get on with it, be like, fine, whatever, but they're the men that are angry. The men that are then trying to open up and change things, and then get bullied by the other men, and they're causing the same cycle of shit. Like, you're literally self-conditioning yourself. By my brain ain't working today. That is self-conditioned shit. I don't know how to describe it. It's dumb. It's actually retarded. I'm sorry, but it is. And they're like angry at everyone else when it's them doing it. And incels, well, what the fuck is it up with an incel? Like, one girl you act weird to and you make her feel uncomfortable and you're like, I hate women now. Bro, you would have done something. Because I tell you what, right now, if I can manage to get a girlfriend and still fingerboard and play with toys, but I still have my own business, granted, but I'm like, I don't have to have short back and sides. I don't have to like massively be like a pretty boy to look after myself. I just have to try and be as nice as I possibly can. It's not that difficult. But then men get mad. They're like, oh, fuck you. And I'm like, well, fuck you. You're an incel. It's pathetic. Get a grip on reality. You done saying. You're the common denominator here, bro. You're an incel for a reason, right? It's the... Anyway. Yeah, I remember, bro. Welcome back. Why do you speak like you're developmentally disabled? Probably because I am to a degree. I mean, part of my brain didn't develop. I'm the first to admit that. But it's funny how part of my brain don't develop and I still seem more screwed on than half of the population of men. Like, what is going on there? Like, the men that are angry and they're toxic. Like, I've becoming a tattoo artist. I started my own company. You know what I mean? Like, literally, the other day I went to skate park, bro. I was speaking, and this guy was like, you're actually so nice. He was like, I've never met anybody as nice as you. I was like, no, you just never met... I said, I'm not nice. I'm just I'm just how it should be. What do you mean? I'm like, the fact that you think I'm the nice person, I'm concerned that I'm the nicest person you've ever met, because I can be quite nasty. I could be quite aggressive, but to people who deserve it. Like, nice to me would be completely nice. Like, someone who's just passive, but I'm unfortunately not. Do you know what I mean? But I still am, I feel more logical. Hopefully. Nah, I love Australians. I literally spent 6 months out in Perth. I love it. The first argument I heard, it was like, it's fucking blue, mate. He was like, no, it's yellow. Like, yeah. It just makes everything sound... I'm not taking the piss out of the accent. It's just comedy gold. I love it. Absolutely love it. I could be depressed and my mate would be like, oh, it's all right, mate. And he'd be like... Just being called a cunt by somebody in a funny way is brilliant. It's like, because I was born in Wales. My family moved. I don't know why on earth they went from the Middle East, when you have like a UV of like 11 plus, where you get a beautiful tan. I wish I would have kept that, but no, they come to Wales in the valleys. Yeah, I was born in. My birth certificate's in Welsh. I don't even understand it. I'm like, the fuck does that say? I only understand my name. Thank you. Like, so many people do too much. Like, good day, mate. It's like way too much. It's just more at the end of every word, like that, or more like casual. That's how I heard it. And after hearing it for so long, I didn't want to leave. I come back here and everyone's just like... I was saying to someone earlier, I fall off my skateboard or something, and someone will literally walk past you and look at you and keep walking. Like, I'm not expecting a hang up, but I mean, at least laugh. At least do something. Like, if you laugh, then I'll laugh with you and we'll have a laugh. But it makes me feel awkward now. I'm just sat there, you're looking at me like an idiot on the floor, like... Fuck it. Right. But yeah, I did do the accent for like so long. Like, it was actually, my partner was like, now when an Australian comes into work, I'm not even sure if they're taking the piss or not. Not taking the piss, but actually legitimately doing an accent or not, which is hilarious. What was I getting? Vaseline, gloves. I think I've got everything I need, really. It's just a slow. Yeah, I would. Yeah, definitely agree with that for sure. But you probably are just... I don't think sociopaths are as thoughtful as you. No, I appreciate what you're saying, bro. Let me get my fine bit. I went years getting my diagnosis because they can't diagnose you straight away with it. But it's a stigma. There's a stigma. That's why they've changed it to antisocial personality disorder, because the name of it, sorry. Because so many people just hear that and go, sociopath, and it's bad. But it's not. But it explains my bravery, it explains me not giving a shit, it explains my confidence, it explains me having my own business and being a CEO. But being autistic doesn't, and I don't get oversensitized like people with autism do, like overstimulated. Bear with, Flipping heck. And yeah, like I'm proud of it in a way, because I mean, to me it's like I've survived a lot. It takes a lot to get this diagnosis. It's genetic. I used to, not anymore. Bro, where the fuck did 2 seconds? But you gotta remember, sociopaths are charming people. That's kind of the whole, that's what they'll allow you to believe. The moment I've always managed to make people think, oh, he's a nice guy, the moment it will just turn into, yeah, but you're probably just charming people. So I've never been able to like actually be, without people just thinking, yeah, I'm a bad person or it's fake. So that's why I owe it to my people with this diagnosis as well, to kind of break the stigma rather than just change the name of it. So this is the diagnosis sheet. Complex PTSD, borderline personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder. I think that's autism. Too much, you know, I don't remember you, bro, to be honest. Not in a rude way. You're correct, I don't. Ooh. But it doesn't mean I'm a nasty person. It does mean I have a violent streak, which I wouldn't regret. Because people need to hear this logically. If you were going to beat up somebody for your kid or somebody you love, would you regret it? Maybe slightly, because you feel bad for the person. But me, I'm like, no, that person's lost its rights. Right? They've lost their rights. You hurt my kid. I'm not going to ever, like, my kid is now, I don't have a kid, but it's an example, is alive and well because I intervened. Why on earth would you feel guilty about that? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, thank you. I like that. It is 8:49. Shit, it feels later than that, to be honest, but but yeah. I mean, I kind of, at one point I wish it was autism, but then I'm like, actually no, I'm happy. I am happy with who I am. You've got to learn to love yourself, do you know what I mean, really? And not hate yourself because society tells me to, because I'm like, well, that's not true, because I'm less of a monster than half the people who don't care about women and children and cover up gangs, if you get what I'm saying, and stuff like that, yeah. No one ever talked about the sociopath. It's like, I made a joke about the friendly neighbourhood sociopath. I'm like, I'd be the first action to defend my people and people I care about, women and children, whatever I needed to, and not think about myself, not put myself first, not think, oh, you know, I'm in danger here, or I could get hurt, because that is all in the frontal lobe, right? Our mind didn't develop properly. Like, it's developed as much as it can, pretty much, well, a little bit more until I'm 30 as a guy, because obviously it's about 25 to 30. Mine probably developed a little bit earlier, but what is it? Think now and do after. Like, the think before you do, it's just not exactly there the same. So I have to put in brakes in myself, which doesn't always work. But to be honest with you, I see it as a benefit, really. It's more of a primal mindset. It's more of a medieval mindset, because I'd consider myself more of like, if I had to do something to defend I don't get it. Americans are okay. Like, everyone's okay to defend themselves, but British people, piss off. If we can defend ourselves, okay? Hands down, anyone can. You're allowed to. It's your God-given right, your human right, whatever you want to fucking believe in. It's your right as a person to defend yourself. Not like Keir Saloon, I just bend over and like, no, piss off. No. You know what I mean? And then when I always say to people, like, okay, what do you feel bad about? And they're like, oh, because, you know, we owned slaves and da-da-da. I said, well, you didn't, for one, and two, your family would have been a slave 1.2. And when people go, no, I don't believe it, I say, go check out the barbarian slave trade. Do you not find it sus that they don't teach us about white slaves? 1.25 to 1.5 million of them from British towns and France and Spain, like coastal towns that are then taken out to the Middle East. And if people don't believe me, go Google it. This is facts. Right, let's get it. sorry it's taking a while to get here. Sometimes I just like to get all the talking out my system, I guess. Power of shading is unreal. The weirdest thing. Well, I've only been tattooing like 2 weeks. Probably this one on myself. It's a little weird little face here. 1 second. Probably this one here. My best one for detail could be the signpost here, or actually I'm really not sure. Done quite a few. But have you ever seen a British person get... Wow, fair play, bro, that's crazy. Have I ever seen a British... I don't mind if they get mad, yeah, it's quite funny. I'll be honest with you, British person gets mad, like proper mad. Oh, man. Very, very violent. I'll be real with you. You gotta remember, people who have straps in the States and stuff, at a distance, as they're running off. In the UK, we have to get right up towards each other. And bro, people be laying each other out, like, it's... I've been poked and I've also been shot with a 9mm, and I'm telling people now that being poked hurts more because it's... And it's also a little bit more intense because they're right up in your face and there's no guarantee that they're not just gonna take it out and re-enter. Do you get what I mean? Just, oh right, yeah. It's a wild world. It's a wild world, boy. But people always say about British people, oh, it's like pansies. I'm like, bro, we're having to fight with fucking pans and dust, like, you know what I mean? Like, I've never had a tattoo. Wait. See, like, this one. 1 second. Like this. I don't know if you mean this small, but this is pretty damn small. It's hard to get detail packed in like that. And then my other one, which is shit. Oh, that bedroom smells too damn good, bro. I walk in, I can just smell the broccoli and broccolini and all at one. So I've done that, which is shit. Ignore these. I love this little mushroom lady one. The feather does actually have line work in it. I messed up a bit though. And then the rose. Is it easy to... But the line work on the feather's not showing on this side of the camera very well. It's quite a cool idea though, to be fair. I don't think about doing like heart-shaped one. So as I've told guys telling me, to match the hand speed to the voltage. Bro, it only matters if it stays in the skin and it doesn't tear the skin up. That is the only thing. If you, like, that I found with the same voltage, you can move your hand multiple speeds. It's just not overdoing it, otherwise you will tear the skin up, right? I don't know how to describe it. It's just a natural thing. You can't teach someone to do it other than just to keep trying it. And obviously I've done 30 toes now and not torn any of my skin up at all, not caused any scarring or anything like that. It's all healed correctly, it's all the right depth, because you don't want to get in the it's better to get it too shallow than obviously too deep, so then it will blow out. I literally cannot see this fucking stick now, damn it. It's rubbed out. So I'm just going to freehand it again. Cover it all up with lies. I try to laugh about it, hiding the tears in my eyes. It's also a bit of a rebellious sign, isn't it? I think, like, a Jewish person, well, I'm not Jewish, but by faith, but heritage is a bit like how black people say the N-word is a sign of, like, whatever. Jews getting tattoos, obviously they were forced to get tattoos on their wrists. So I'm like, oh, fuck it, yeah. You're in control of your body, you do what you want. It's a sign of I do understand it more. It's a bit like, no, fuck you, you're not telling me not to do what I want to do with my body. I'm now in charge of my body. You're always in charge of your fucking body. Do what you want. And if I get out there and God's like, I don't like the tattoos. I'm like, is that Hitler in there? Yeah, cool, I don't want to go to heaven anyway, bro. We're good. That's what I'm sort of doing a video. It's like, actually, Hitler's actually quite a nice guy. He was like, no, he's like, that's Charlie Chaplin. And then he actually got it wrong, it wasn't. And then Hitler turns up to heaven, he's like, oh, I'm Hitler. He's like, wait, so, no, yeah, he's like, I'm Charlie Chaplin. He's like, who's that then? And he turns around and it's Hitler. Bro, fuck Hitler, man. With his little one testy and his little tweaking off his whatever he was taking, bro. Taking Amphet like a crazy fucker. No wonder he was paranoid. And bro, his family tree, it's Austrian, right? It was Jewish. And people go, oh, that's been disproven. It's not. He had Jewish, like, there was people in his family that were Jewish. It's like, why is there such self-hatred, bro? What a fucking pansy. What a melt. He's like, I want to be liked, so I'm going to go with the anti-Jewish thing. Like, oh, you moron, bro. Who cares about being liked? Yeah, I really want to be liked by a bunch of Nazis. Funny, Nazis need to hide their face, bro. They need to all be in, like, these little, you know what I mean? I'm like, why are you hiding your face for, you pansy? And they're like, oh, my man's almost skinhead, yeah. And I'm like, what, because you can't grow out luscious locks and you're just too worried someone's going to like use it and pull your hair in a fight or something, or call you a girl. So I persuade Jesus to get a tattoo. I'm like, you know that looks good, come on. You know you want one. So I'm not going crazy. I actually hear music in my ear. I know people don't tell me what the headphone on. So the thing about long hair is actually annoying things. People just think you are crazy sometimes. Well, I am crazy, but I mean, you know what I'm saying. I think artists are slightly tapped anyway, though. You got to, you know what I mean? Yeah, of course. So this is the bat I'm working on. Just got to do his ears. Shading's like my favourite thing, because obviously now it looks like off, but you just keep going in, slowly work on it. I'm not using any reference, I'm just kind of getting a feel for what it would look like if I was looking at it. It's the artist's mind eye. The artist eye, I don't know what you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. I spent enough time engaging with trollers now in the last few days. It's been very fun, thank you guys. You've given my account a big boom that I needed. You know what I mean? Thank you, bro, I appreciate that. I'll show people the one that it was based off of, because I did use that one on the internet, but it's completely different shape. I just, for like the basic shape of how I wanted them to sort of look, because my brain was just not seeing one fly up, so like I saw it flying, and every time I was trying to figure one with his wings closed, I was like, how the fuck does his wings look when it's closed? I was thinking of like in the middle and then the wings were down pointing. I bet like that how that one wing is wrapped around, but like both of them on both sides, but it just didn't look right, so I did have to look it up. What the fuck is? I could do it at some point for sure, but right now I'm currently doing this. tell you what, tattooing on the well, the bone is a little bit more painful than obviously other places. I understand it a little bit more now. Like you feel it on the bone, like it literally feels like it's sort of chipping at the bone slightly. It's not painful enough to be like wincing or anything, but it's like, yeah, I definitely feel that one. I really don't find tattoos that bad at all. But I want to know. I'd love to know what it feels like for somebody else, sort of thing, because I see so many people like, oh, like eyes watering or that eye, and they're leaving lemon cream. I'm like, is it really that bad? Like, or is it just for dramatic effect? So I'll be real when something hurts. I've fallen off my board before, like shit, yeah, something hurts. But like, no, I really don't think tattooing is that bad. So sort of shading I'm doing now is called contouring. I'm not even lying, like the smallest bit can make such a difference to a tattoo. So I'm practice tattooing. If I'm not practicing on this, I'm practicing on myself. I love it because everyone's like, oh, you shouldn't practice on yourself, and then they see my tattoos and they're like, that's actually fucking sick. Even the tattoo artist was like, fair play. I was thinking sitting there, it's gonna be like little stick men and stuff like that. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I have 17 now. Either my ghost I've done or my little paper airplane. But then the leg piece that I started, which is here, and it's going to come up there. It's going to have a bird down here, and more. I'll show people the full piece in a minute. I've done 3 out of these 7 cohesive. So essentially, I've done it. It's adding a few art styles together. So you've got American traditional, which is bold colours, defined lines with a bit of contour and a bit of realism in there. Because realism might fade over time, but as long as the colours are still bold, then it will just turn more into a. If you rely on fine lines, it might end up looking like a blob. But if you mix in a bit of both, there's no reason why the bold lines shouldn't hold up like tattoos do over many years. So like when you've got blackout, they hold up quite well. Like that snake's bold enough to be able to. Even like when the lines start to expand a little bit over years, you kind of. That hand's too small to smoke. Don't get me wrong, but if it was bigger, where there's enough gaps between things, you'd still be able to figure out what it is. It's when people do the micro-realism, or I don't like cyber-sigillism, and that's not me just trying to like be like everybody else, because I mean, as I say, I kind of like American traditional when everyone's starting to hate on that again now. But it always comes back, and the reason American traditional always holds up, the reason being, and it always will do, it's because, I mean, they're the ones that literally show up still, like 30 years later, you still know what it looks like. It's not like a trailer park tattoo where you're like, what the fuck is that? It looks like a mouldy bit of skin sort of thing, do you know what I mean? Right. 2 seconds. Right, people normal. Honestly, I have no idea what tattoo I want. I'm at that point where I see all my tattoos as the same, and I want to design all my tattoos, or at least like partly design my tattoos. Like, because I'm not going to sit there and be like, yeah, they're all from scratch. Like, the leg piece is completely from scratch, not using any other idea. And it's a very weird one, but it's like, it's geometric pattern. There's a frog on there to symbolise Dimitri, let's say, natural chemical. There's God passing down the doob at the top. There's space, there's the beach, there's the mountain range. It's like all my favourite places I've been, all my favourite things I've used to get to where I am. And then the centipede, where the bird underneath symbolises freedom, and then this one up here is to each his own. You take your life, you take your path in life, and both of them are pretty peaceful. One's like a mountainside, one's meant to be a seaside. Like, I think tattoos don't have like too deep a meaning, otherwise you might regret it. If it has like something to do with like a relationship or a date or a wedding, unless it's a kid you've got. So I mean, I think those ones are fine because obviously your kid is your kid. That's like not really going to change. If it wants to commemorate somebody who you like, say if you've got friends, that's fine, because at the end of the day, I wouldn't get it on your arm, because say if you're a person that easily gets depressed and you see it every time and you get upset, I also think that's not great. But like, you know, I've done it in turning into a dark joke. I got the number 7 because I lost 7 friends. I got poked 7 times. 7's a shitty number in my life, and 2017, I know it's 17, but it's still 7, was the worst year for losing friends. And then I put the Reaper above it because he's coming to collect. He's skating after me, slowly but surely. Got to have a dark humour about it, really. Otherwise, the whole thing, if you don't laugh, you cry. It's kind of true, right? Oh wow, it really is something. Wednesday already, what the fuck? Okay. Oh, it's warm as shit, man. Don't actually have one, to be honest. I think it's very. I don't know how people have a favourite of anything. I'm one of those people that like. I do enjoy quite a bit. My brain's so like diverse, and I don't know. Personally, I think if you have a favourite movie or a favourite genre of music or a favourite artist, not always, but to me, I imagine it's somebody who's quite closed-minded because you're not open to other options and possibilities. I think it's impossible for me to like label any movie that's my favourite. So Goonies is definitely up there, one of them. Fucking love Goonies. Too fat, I do think he's a great actor. What's his name again? Damn. The one from Grown Ups. Grown Ups is funny. I just think they're all novelty movies. I think I go off nostalgia. I'm very nostalgia baited, easy. can see no tearing, no hearing of the skin, like literally nothing, right? Well, Russell Hobbs. Taking that time right behind my back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind. It's like 50 Shades of Black. Wait, what is that? Well, this one I'm listening to Seven Nation Army, if that's what you're referring to. I'm going to serve it to you. Yeah, but I remember. Welcome. Hay fever. I'm not actually wiping my nose on it. It's just literally like probably a combination between hay fever and fucking facial hair, to be honest. So this sort of realism shading that I'm trying to do that takes quite a long time. Yeah, man, not far so far really, to be honest with you. It's just the face and the ears. Still naff. It starts, I'll tell you when it starts to pop. It's the whole body and the wing and the arms and the fucking... Oopsie. I don't care about the present right now. It's fucking not taking the wrap off to change it. Shut up, bro. Fucking ad's been like 3 minutes long and we sat there waiting for it to. Yeah. Well, all I say is love to Bangladesh. I appreciate you love what you wanna. I mean, there literally was no stencil to work with. If you look where the leaves are and stuff, it's just, I can't make that shit. Choose to run away from me. I I'll show people what I mean by when you do bold colours with a tattooing, how you want to be able to, if you want realism, you also have to have bold enough gaps between everything, like skin and tone and then shaded, otherwise it will just blur over years. Obviously not on this. Mother Teresa. I done JC. Yeah. Yeah, 300 quid and I will. I'll design people with tattoos straight up, from the ground up. And I'll do it on the live as well. I'm not gonna lie, guys, as I have my skateboard company, I am probably gonna charge quite a bit as a tattoo artist. That's the realism of it. I'm at least be on the good end. I've been tattooing 3 weeks, and I've already managed to get pieces like that. Actually, 2 weeks, because I had a week off. Bro, 1 second. My camera's so fucked up. I don't know why. What on earth? That one was no stencil, no reference. And I've obviously tattooed myself like quite a few times now. I think 17 times-ish. What's one to do? Roman numerals, date of birth. But I'm not like, my fingerboards are worth like better value for money and all that stuff, and the skateboards will be. But I'm not going to completely underdo myself and all my work. It's worth more than that. You know what I mean? It's at least like, when by the time I start tattooing, at least £100 an hour. %100%. No, like, there's no reason I shouldn't do. Because I don't even need a reference or a proper stencil. I just go in there. Like, I will do, of course, but people can tell me about matching hands people time. I've shaded myself in. I've literally not torn my skin at all. So that's the main thing with speed. That's what it's on about. But this needle's messy as shit. Honestly, I don't know what all those mean, but I just peace. That's all I want, man. I agree with peace. But I know sometimes you have to fight for peace, so. Concentration so much. I want to know why humans do that. Like, what on earth is a like? Especially when I'm skateboarding, I need to bit my tongue off before doing it. Like. funny, some people saying, prepare for the police if you're knocking at your door. 4 months of saying shit about the UK government and I ain't seen one police officer. So, yeah. I'm pretty sure, like I said, they don't want to arrest me. They can try, but they know I know my laws. Every single case I've had, I've literally represented myself. And I know laws, like there's no, like, sort of like the back of my hand, probably more like the back of my leg, so to speak. I mean, I still know it, just not like... Oh, you're not a bother at all, bro. Don't apologise, sorry, I'm just deep in concentration, man. No need to apologise at all. Oh, fucking hell, I'm tired. Kind of getting lost on this little guy, really, to be honest. Oh, you're shitting me. Nah, man, you're not a bother, because I'm ignoring you. Not, that sounded rude. I mean, I'm ignoring you just as much as I'm ignoring anybody else, because I'm not deliberately ignoring people. It's just the only way to focus is to focus, you know what I mean, to lock in. This is unfortunately how long, like, shading and stuff like that can take, especially when you... I haven't got a reference right now. If I was using a reference, it'd be a lot quicker because I know what I'm doing. Not that I don't know what I'm doing. Fucking hell. Just because the fucking dust inside's, like, literally right now. So that's where we got to so far for the little guy. I don't really like him, but each their own. I guess the ears are okay. The face is quite cute. It's trying to get bold lines, as I said, but pack, like here, if in the face area, there wants to be a gap. It's not finished this bit yet. There wants to be like light and dark. You can't just go from dark into dark, because then once that's healed within a few years, it will just look like a blob. So any tattoo you design as well, it's not just simple as just putting some art on your body. It's also thinking about the healing process, where it's going to be at in like 10 years time. Good, I'm very tired. Yeah, I'm not a bother at all. Look, bro, I won't have to keep telling you you're not a bother. You can keep telling yourself you're a bother, but I'm not. One thing I can't. I'm not saying you're doing this, but one thing I can never understand or stand with people is, I'm not saying you're doing it. Please understand this. But it's people with tendency by going, no, I'm just a pain. No, I'm just a pain. Honestly, I'm just a pain. I'm like, no, you're not. And it's like they want to keep hearing that they're not a pain from me. I'm like, look, I'm going to tell you one more time, and it's simple and plain. You know, like. So the saying goes, but like I'm only saying that in the sense of, some people need unfiltered reality in life, because like people keep feeding into people's stuff that actually doesn't help them believe themselves, so they just keep hearing it. Like, if I put my foot down categorically and say no, you're not being bothered. There are people who way worse than you, and they're like literal adults that come on this live, who are just fucking man babies. Pardon the French, but it's true. They're like complete children. They don't know how to act. They don't know how to interact. Yet they're the ones that have a go at younger lads and younger guys and girls for being on their phones all the time, and that all they do is they don't even know how to interact. They've lost their social skills. They have no leg to stand on. So honestly, you're not a bother. There are people that are way more of a pain in the arse than you ever be. You're not even being a pain in the arse, you know? Oh, damn, was so tired. But then if you think you're spamming the chat, then I guess you don't have to spam it. Just don't do what you think you're doing, do you know what I mean? Like, if you think you're doing that, then just ease up on spamming in the chat if that's what you believe you're doing. I mean, believe it, right? I've had people spam it way worse, for way worse reasons. And if other people are put off because someone in the chat's actually engaging or being interactive, then fuck them. I'd rather have the person that engages, do you know what I mean? Any day. Alright, bro, wind your neck in. Okay? See what I mean, bro? I won't don't. He's being honest and being real about how he feels. So wind your neck in. Unless you're just telling him to do better from now to. If you're not taking a ripping into him and just simply saying, okay, well, from now on, just leave it as it is and just message occasionally, then by all means, cool. But if you're trying to pick on him, then just leave my guy alone, do you know what I'm saying? He is literally just a younger lad. Simple and plain. I've realised that a lot of people, obviously, because of tattooing, art, anything like that, I'm like a younger soul. I literally get a mixture of all walks of life on here. I get people from the States, Australia, I get all ages. It's actually quite nice, because I mean, literally everybody just comes, and it's like, doesn't matter who you are, what age you are, you can all appreciate art. People being respectful, mostly. It's funny, I don't need to remove people who want to engage positively. It's just when I then had enough, I'll be like, look, alright, I'm just going to remove you now. Like that person yesterday, that was on there for like a whole week trolling. I think he hasn't come back yet, and I think he's realised that I'm trolling him too, because otherwise he would have continued. So I said, bro, when are you going to realise, by me engaging with you, is keeping you engaging, and then you keep making accounts to keep coming back and engaging. I mean, you keep on even making accounts with my name in it, like Skate Addiction, whatever. Like that, and then when you make an account, if you look at my account straight away, that literally means like, YouTube will push my account, like, this must be amazing, because you guys are engaging like straight away with the new account. Like trollers, literally, you troll me, I win. You don't troll me, I win. Like, and if you're mad about that, go and do your own thing. That's all I can say. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people get so mad, bro, and it's hilarious. But if anything, people be leaving the chat because I be spamming with the shit that they don't want to hear, and that's on them. Yeah, knobbits, most of the time. Right. Oh, fuck is that there? Not gonna lie, I might go for scrapies, guys and girls. I am absolutely clucking, as I will say, for one. This is also the thing, is like me as an artist, a lot of people might be like iffy or whatever, but if people like my art, or they like the tattooing, and it's only been 3 weeks, but people want a tattoo, they're going to have to accept that I am a pothead. That's simple and plain. Like, there's no rule saying I can't tattoo, but I'm not going to be sat there like, Do you know what I mean? But I will have that smoke in the day because it keeps my cool. Like it stops me having seizures as well as my other seizure medication. It helps my arthritis. It helps my glaucoma. Like I've got too many issues not to have it. And if people don't trust me as an artist with it, then that's on them. That's their choice. I'm not going to pin you down like that's it. No, now you're getting the tattoo. But I know there's plenty of people that would do anyway, and then it's like this. I'm going to get a license, but then it's once you've got the license, it's your choice. You won't get it stripped away for using medication. It's just saying how people view it. But that's why I'd be like more limited clientele. People who I know are not going to bitch. People who use medical broccoli themselves. More limited clientele. And it sounds like selective. But I also won't get mad if somebody has it. And I always wanted tattoos, but I wasn't allowed to get tattoos if I had it, which I think is ridiculous. If you use other things like alcohol, which could thin your blood, granted, should be drunk and get a tattoo. But some people do get drunk and get a tattoo and they're fine. They just pass out maybe a little bit. But I'll be fine to tattoo somebody, not just sitting there having one. But I mean, say if you're like that day you've had a smoke, you might need it. That person might need to smoke. Like they might generally need it. For, as I said, seizure activity, they might have they could have cancer, bro, and it's like helping them with their pain. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't, I don't think you can sit there and say, as long as it doesn't affect them and they maybe get a written note by their doctor, just saying, look, or someone sign saying as an adult saying, yep, I'm aware that I'm using this. I'll figure out what rules and regulations there are and stuff like that, but. Yeah, definitely, bro. Eat so. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yeah, eat something. That's why I had something this morning. I do not want to do anything on an empty stomach. That's not good. The issue is the earlier you eat, well, for me, I don't know to say for everyone, but the earlier you eat, the earlier you'll need to eat. You just kind of keep. I don't understand that. It's like why your body can't understand that. I'm feeding you at 7 now, and then the next day it's like, right, great, I want food at 6. It's like, no. 7 is fine, and then it's like, okay, I'm gonna eat at 6 because I'm hungry. And then it's the next day. It's like, 5 o'clock. I'm like, are you fucking joking me? Just stay in one. Like before, didn't get hungry till 1 o'clock. Granted, I was struggling with energy a little bit, but I wasn't getting hungry until. I think I've got to put myself in like starvation mode almost. Now I just don't stop eating. I love when people are like, bro, you need to eat more. And I'm like, do people have any idea how much? Oh, how much energy I burn off, how much work. I sit down at a desk, quite often, but then I walk at least 4 or 5 miles a day. On top of this, I then skate normally. Just because I don't post it, I'll upload a clip today. It's because people be like, bro, why don't you do this, do that? And I'm like, look, I'm doing me. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm skating for me. I'm not skating for other people and their pleasure, you know what I mean? If people enjoy it, they enjoy it. If they don't, they don't. I can't stand content that's made to make people happy. If people enjoy it, you do it, because then that's not real. What's the word, bro? You're engineering it, so to speak, to make sure you get the likes. You're engineering it to make sure you get the views, rather than just being yourself and just being authentic. And if you say something, you say something. If you slip up, you apologise. It's not all off a script. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's people that actually still do live streams, but they'll like read something, or they won't engage much because they're worried they might slip up. But I just talk all day, and I don't give a shit. Like, I may have slipped up sometimes, I may not have, but at the end of the day, we're human beings. People need to remember that, and I think that's always one thing. Is I even looked at content creators or actors or anybody who had a business, and I was like, wanker. And I think it's just not even because of what they do, but because of how they present themselves as a person. I'm like, but we're all human beings. Why are you acting like you're like royalty? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm sponsoring Like Rory, not fully yet, but he's definitely going to be one of my people I sponsor. He is incredible skater, better than I will be, but I say we're on. Actually, no, I'd say he's quicker learner than I was skating. I mean, shit, in a year he's going up into a nose blunt, doing like a literal fucking pivot turn in a blunt on the axles. Like, bro, I can't even fucking fathom the tricks he's doing. Goes up nose stool, goes up into a nose blunt or some shit, right? So twist up into a nose blunt, does it, and then like hand grab fakey back in, or he'll go up and he'll do like a half cab or like a backside front dive disaster, which is where you go up and then you swish and you kind of like do a backside or front side 180 up onto it, and then you land with your board almost on like a rock and roll. right, or like a rock fake, anything with a board. You rock the board, you land rock, and then you go it back in. And I've never seen anybody skate like this kid. He ollied the 7 stair. Bear in mind he skated a year. He ollied the 7 stair at South Banks. Like that's a big gap. That's like easily my body, probably about his height, so he's probably about here. A little bit smaller than me, but I mean seriously. And he went over it by about 3 more steps. So he could have easily done like a 10 stair. And that's a year. And people like Aaron Jaws, like, you know, people know Jaws. People like that, like doing the Leon 25, like granted, but they've been skating like since they were like 6. And this kid already a year in is managing. I'm like, bro, you are going to be the next level shit. I promise you now. But he's his own person. He's his own skater. I would never own him. But other companies seem to think that they own their skaters and they're in charge. Then they underpay them for all the hard work that they do. It's just bullshit. It really is. But what am I? Well, forgive me if I don't believe it. You know, I'm sorry to hear that's the case, but I mean, bro, this world is full of people who are literally the most attention-seeking people. Like, it's honestly unreal. I never understood why people would think. That's why I've obviously had the paperwork and I've got my life story, but at the end of the day, I was thinking, well, I am writing a life story at the moment. It'd be pretty cool at some point if it was like a show like Baby Reindeer, but then I thought I actually could not make any kid act, even though it's acting, it's just acting, a kid go through in a role what I went through as a kid, even just for entertainment. Even if it's just acting, that kid might not understand, because you're going to have to get someone who's like 2, 3 years old, 4 years old. That I'm not comfortable with that. So I mean, that's what I mean. That is an evil to try and sell your story for money so you can get big. Like, yes, I'd like to get big off of my story, because why not? Fuck it. But at the same time, I couldn't have, as I said, I could not have a kid act that role. It'd be pretty messed up. I mean, I would love to have done it where I acted the adult part in my life. So, do you know, like Baby Reindeer, where you actually went through it? Because my partner looked at me and said, and this is nothing on anyone's trauma, because I'm a person who believes we experience what we experience, and that's as bad as it can get because you've experienced it. You've not experienced anything else. But my partner was like, after watching it, she was like, I thought it was going to be worse, to be honest with you. Like, she said, your story would literally fucking go, like, it would blow up. It would be really, it would be so intense to watch. I can't even fathom into words how intense it would be, because for me, it's my life. But after understanding what a normal life is and what a normal childhood should be, I'm like, yeah, I can't get how that would be. I watch some stuff and I'm like, it's fucking intense to watch, like thrillers and stuff. But it would be like a thriller and a horror, because I mean, it is gruesome too. It's not just psychological. Obviously, it landed me with complex PTSD, which is the worst form of PTSD you can get. So you can imagine it's pretty bad. But I always wanted to get my company or my art somewhere first before I done it, because I didn't want to like people to go, oh yeah, like he went through this, but he's also a good artist. Or I wanted it to be like, he's a good artist. He's gone through this. Oh, I do have main character. We all have main character syndrome in our own lives, bro. Like, if you don't, then you're not. If you're not I don't know how to describe this. If you're not thinking about yourself just at least a little bit, then you know, we've been told that thinking about yourself is wrong and it's selfish, where it's not, as long as you think about enough other people enough. And that's what I do. I constantly think that my life story could help other people. Because, I mean, I know for a fact, watching shit myself, that was pretty brutal growing up, and going, I didn't feel alone as much. But like growing up watching everybody else have this amazing childhood, I'm like, nice. Like, I felt so alone in that whole thing. So it isn't really main character syndrome. If you want to take it as that, be my guest. But at the end of the day, I think we all have our role to play. I literally said, I don't know if you heard it, but like our trauma is always, like, it's subjective. It generally is as bad as you can imagine when you go through it yourself. There's nothing else. So that's why no one could compare traumas. But I'm only doing it for people who've gone through similar stuff to me, because like men who feel like they can't open up about being abused or being hurt or whatever, it's funny because they're like, oh bro, that's just dangerous. That guy's just going to become a flight risk, and people think he's soft or wet. No. That guy has experienced so much pain that people don't understand. He will never be put in that position again. Never. He would literally rather like bro, I can't even get into what I would do. I literally can't, because I can't say it. I mean, bro, cancer's horrible. It is. That's why I hate smoking and drinking. Well, I don't drink anymore, but it's an evil. Oh shit. Oh, I'm so tired. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. I mean, the reason it may seem like I've made character entry as well is because when I'm on my live, I talk about my life. Because, do you know when you go on a live and there's other people watching other people's live streams and they're reviewing them or da-da-da, I'm like, bro, can you not do something with your own life? Like, why are you farming content off of somebody else, sort of thing? It's actually better to talk about your own fuck-ups, your own mistakes, where you're heading, like, you know, how you got there, the mindset needed, all this sort of shit, compared to sitting there going, so hey, today we're going to watch someone else fall off a board a few times and laugh at it. I'm like, I don't know, to me that's just shitty content. That's just trying to make content for the sake of making content, rather than going, do you know what, I've actually been through hella shit, I hope this can help other people. And it does, it helps an awful lot of people. And it's worth dealing with there's one or two people that want to sit there and mock my life because it doesn't faze me. I wouldn't have at one point it would have hurt like hell. Like really badly. I would have been angry and raged. Now anyone can say anything they want. I'm calm with it. I made peace with my life. You've got to make peace with your life, otherwise people just go around in your head and you're angry and you just keep spiraling, and I mean literally you've got to forgive people for any wrongdoings against you. Move on. And that's why I can still talk about it without actually ruining my life, rather than being like, talk about it and then I'm sat there all day like 1,000-yard stare from the PTSD. Do you know what I mean? I've managed to push through that. I have got a 1,000-yard stare sometimes. I end up just, people like, Josh, hello, you could sack me, and I sometimes probably still wouldn't respond because I'm just completely, I don't know how to describe it. You know that movie is called See No Evil with James McAvoy's on Netflix or something at the moment. In good movie, it's a fucking good movie. That, how he was willing, I mean, I can't even get into stuff. But when he stabbed him, I stab him. Like, I get so angry and enraged, and people would think like you would think PTSD is like hiding behind the sofa with your pillow, but no, you're reliving it yourself to a degree. So you're just so angry, you're like, just pick it up and stick it in his fucking face. Like, you get so mad at it, and that's why I can't watch it, because I'm like, I need to like sometimes take a breather. I don't know how to describe it. So when people say I'm calm and collected, bro, like when I see stuff like that, I'm not. It fuels this fire inside of me. And I know it's acting, but it doesn't matter. You feel, because that's what PTSD is. Post-traumatic stress. It like makes you feel similar feelings, especially when something reminds you of it. And it's like watching it play out on screen, it's like, damn, you just want to slap him fucking silly and tell him to sort himself out and think straight. Do you know what I mean? Like when a man goes out and he gets the bat, I'm like, that's it, be the man, take the bat, go on, protect your family, like go on, do it. And then when they let it back down again, I'm like, no, get up, don't be a pussy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying it's been a pussy, I'm just saying, it's just how I feel about it. So if anything, PTSD is not, it is a fear response, but it's more, I mean, look at a lion. If it got scared, is it going to run away, or is it going to try and defend itself? Most of the time, probably defend. Like a lot of animals in the animal kingdom will bite. You know, they will attack. Then, yeah, they might be nervous. They might be worried. Like, but it's more worried. Okay, I've got to survive this. I've got to get through this. I'm going to make it through this. I mean, you know, and that how doesn't kill you. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I feel like it's very true. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. It's an evil thing. It really is. I lost 2 grandparents to it. And, I'm 25. I've had to go for a colonoscopy, which is like a meter. It's a camera like 2 meters up your rectum. You literally in your colon. It fucking hurts. It's so uncomfortable. And you know they take like little bits out, and I had to get tested for. Well, so I don't mind being real with people. I have blood in my stool, and I still don't know why. And I'm literally 25. But at the end of the day, it's probably damage from medications and something to do with my liver and my kidney and from drinking. Fuck knows. But it's a lesson learned, isn't it? You know, I'm not saying that's what happened there, but I'm just saying, you know, you just gotta almost look at other people around you and like, make sure you go, okay, I don't want that. I'm gonna look after myself. You know, worship your body, treat it like a temple. And I'm serious. Like it will. If I go back and take back everything I took, then I would. I fucking hate myself for it. I was an idiot. But I can't complain. That's why I get on with my life and just get on my day and the tattooing and the art and I still sometimes get it. The blood, that is. And I'm like, the doctors are, it could be stress. It could be like, the main one you want to look out for, and I tell this just so people can be aware, is like tarry dark stuff. You don't want to actually, if it's like red, it could just be you've like pushed too hard or trapped shit, so to speak. Not to be graphic, too much information, but it's good to know these things as you get older. But most of the time you'll be fine. I mean, it's just, look after yourself. Even though people do look after themselves, they still get it, but I mean, you're just better off chance looking after yourself. I will say this in the nicest way possible, bro. It sounds, and this is going to sound brutal, but this is my no filter. It is very sad, but unfortunately, when people get to that age anyway, there's a lot of complications people do get to. Do you know, I'm not saying how old she is. She may have been very young, so fair enough. Bless you for that. But like my nan, for example, she actually passed away from it, but she was literally senile. She couldn't remember who I was. She couldn't remember her own son. She couldn't remember where she put down her keys next minute, and it was horrible to see because she would get all flustered and she would start crying, and she'd say, I bet you think I'm stupid. I bet you think I'm silly. And we was like, no, not at all, not at all. But it was so horrible to see her go through that, and I don't think humans are meant to live that long. It's not the human condition to our brains to suffer that hard on. It doesn't make sense. So sometimes in a way it's like something happening, at least someone could live the good quality of their life. Do you get what I mean? Like, at least that's why you should live your life to the fullest, because even if you do get cancer by 40 or 30 or something like that, you can at least look back and go, I'm actually pretty content. I tried my best and shit like that. It's difficult. It is. I lost my granddad 3 years ago now. Well, no, 4 years ago. I lost all my grandparents bar one, and the other one's pretty much got it. My adoptive parents are like 60-something years old, so like, don't really have really much connection too much, but I mean at the same time. The other day, good example, I called him up and I said, look, everything's going shit. I said, also with my health and stuff like that. And this is, I say, with the issue of men, like, oh wow, I feel like I can't even get into it, bro. But the world's cruel. My dad was just like, deal with it yourself. I was like, because I asked if I ended up being homeless, like, could I have a roof over my head, or could I like camp in the garden? This is the realism of being out as an adult. This is just, life is difficult. It is. And they're like, no, we can't help you, and da-da-da. And then you realise, like, real ones in love, there's no reason they shouldn't have, and that everybody else would agree it's pretty. Best trick on flat, probably like a nollie flip or a heel flip. It used to be better, but I lost it. Depends skateboarding or fingerboarding. Skateboarding, yeah, probably heel or a varial heel sometimes if I practice hard enough. Used to be a laser probably, or a fakie. No, a bigger flip. I like bigger flips, they're quite nice. Or even a big flip, doesn't matter. Or a big spin. Sorry, right. But yeah. And they said, well, no, we can't help you in that. But then people wanted me to stay alive. This is when I was at a deep point in my life where I just wanted to end myself. And they're like, right, Josh, you can't end yourself, but then also we don't want to be around you. Like, people have this thing where they want, it's selective as shit. It really is. So you've got to be there for yourself in life, because if we were, my days, the life is too cruel. People think because you've got a parent or something like that, a lot of parents have the maternal instinct where they would give up their life and sacrifice. But there's some people that don't. And I think a lot of people just rely on thinking that there's always somebody there for them. To some capacity, but if there's not, that can really shake your worldview. Like, you just think, what's the point? I'm not here. There's nobody. You got to be there for yourself in life, and that's also why I say not about drinking and maybe a little bit, but there's no real health benefits. Just enjoy your life. If that is enjoying your life, then by all means, do you. But a lot of people would sit around waiting for other people. Like there's some people I used to go skating with, and I used to go skating all the time, like regardless if people would come out with me. But then there'd be people that if no one would go skate with them, they wouldn't go skate on their own. They'd put their life on hold. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Do you not care about your own ability and your own, sanity? It's so important. I've literally sat here before. Obviously, I've been doing live for a while, but I stopped skating for a bit because I knew that I wanted the skate company making skateboards, fingerboards, so I cut off everybody. And so I've done the opposite. Normally I'd say like engage with people, but a lot of people would be like, hey, come out and drink, or I don't drink anymore, or come out and socialise to do, we're going through that. I'm like, no, I'm working. And people might call me boring, but they don't realise what I'm working towards. So sometimes you've got to do what's right for you and not everybody else around you, you know what I mean? Thank you, I appreciate that. That's very true. We always have these silent battles. Gotta be careful what I say, but I never talk about, like, say, relationship or whatever, but I can talk about my own life, because personally, I don't give a shit. My work, like, I've been to court, and it's been on display, like, when I've been for a court case for, like, my family and things like that, it's all been on display for, like, a jury. I mean, I got to a point where I was like, it's... People are going to talk about you or your life or what you do anyway, so you might as well give them something to talk about. You might as well be in charge of that. You might as well be the boss of your... I don't know how to describe it. But just do you, fuck what other people think. It's why I fingerboard, it's why I skateboard, it's why I don't cut my hair, it's why I just want to be who I want to be. Because anytime someone tells me to do something, I will just go against that. Because I'm like, well, exactly, this is why I am who I am. Because of assholes like you. And it's almost like everyone else is insecure, so they need everyone else to be like them as well. I'm like, no. Fucking sheep, honestly. Sheepy people. Oh, shit. You know, people tell me to get a normal job, like, over and over again. So I'm like, fine, I'll get a normal job. People keep trying to crash this. I'm like, it's not going to happen. I'll work 24/7 if I need to, if it means I get to chill for the last 5 years of my life. You know, if it means the people I care about are... Oh, what the fuck? Don't have to suffer. Oh, that's what it is. I'm back at mine. Oh, totally. Because people who have their own skateboard company, or any company, typically have low IQs. I mean, did you not know this? This is a statistical fact. I mean, we're all very stupid. I find people so funny, bro. Looking like I have an high IQ and actually having one is a very different thing, which also shows the fact you think someone can look like they have a low IQ shows you have a low IQ, because looks has nothing to do with it. But, I mean, you know, you believe what you want at the end of the day, bro. So, yeah. My day's going good, thank you. How's yours going? Come back and do that. Is it still there? Oh, it is. That's the stencil I was going to do for a gargoyle who's looking out. Protecting. That's good. Fuck yeah. My head too much. I'm stuck in my head. In my head too much. And I get where I feel. Yeah. It's like I'm in hell. That's some good shit, bro. Good, because I don't want you to help me take out the trash. I have better fucking... Right, more qualifications needed than take first. But see, clearly not. You're right on the low IQ thing. My brain's stopped working suddenly. Fucking hell. Why would I take out bins when I am much more qualified than taking out bins, bro? Just saying. That's not my job. I save that for the people like yourself that can do it. So I make skateboards. I'm a graphic designer. Beanies, jumpers, tops, fingerboards, packaging, wax, skateboard wheels. Bro, I love to flex on people that think like that. And I'm now becoming a tattoo artist as well. It's incredible, isn't it? Really. I mean, put your mind to anything, guys. You can achieve whatever the fuck you want. Believe me. Tattoos I've done. I've only tattooed for, I'm going to say 2 weeks because I had a week off. So I've done this one. Done the paper airplane, mushroom, ghost, owl, world. One to commemorate my friends. This one's not finished yet. Which one's I got? Cross. Reaper, which isn't finished yet. Thank you, bro. Wait, bro, you... Wait. Well, it's funny, because that person who's slating me for whatever, I don't know, bro. It's funny, because he's shut up now, isn't he? He'll probably pop back up and say something to try and be like, no, la. I know what I'm talking about. Of course you do. Of course you do. You know, dumb people typically are angry. That's like your mindset, because... Not because you're stupid, but because you're not smart enough to actually see through and be... Bro, my brain ain't working today, I'm sorry, it's so tired. You aren't not big-headed enough. You haven't got enough to think outside the box, to think... Actually, no, I don't... Oh, right, yeah, you're right. Low IQ, correct. My brain today is just completely mushy. Yesterday was a bit of a hard day, I'm not going to lie, but... I'm first to admit that I'm stupid with some things, like maths. Oh, yeah, like maths is so boring, I can't bother with it. I lose it within minutes. Like, I'm like... I know what 50p looks like and a 20p looks like, and I'm good. There we go. Thank you. It's true. I can be calm and collected and bring myself back down. I get angry, yes, like anybody does, but I ground myself again. And that takes maturity, and that takes integrity, and it takes actual smarts to be able to process the information differently. Otherwise, if you're angry at the rest of the world, it's probably because you don't understand the world. Like, I don't understand it. The world's kind of fucking stupid. But... And swearing is a low IQ thing, technically, but I enjoy it. It lets out anger. But I know intricate words and very articulated, well articulated as well. I'm British. We are just typically well-speaking people, like well-speaking English. Like, I can't even fucking speak English sometimes. Ignore what I'm saying. For reals. I feel really that you're sad inside. I'm sad that I can't satisfy. Pray that I get it right this time. Baby, we'll be alright. I do anything in my power to see you just smile. I want you to prosper and come prosper, even if that means I am by your side. I do anything in my power to see you just smile. I want you to prosper and come prosper, even if that dying by your side. And I mean, I managed to survive homeless on the streets for about a year and 10 months with no support, right? Without having to rob people as well. I mean, I don't think that's a low IQ move, but hey, we all have an opinion. I appreciate that. We're all entitled to our opinion. I have so many honestly, I could not answer that. I like too much music. I can go from Juice WRLD to Beatles to literally anybody. It's but like The Cure, Highly Suspect. I mean, the list just goes on, bro. Like literally, it's impossible to ever say what I could. If someone said what album could you listen to for like ever, I couldn't. I'm like, actually kind of probably better off just taking music away in general, because I think I'd get annoyed that I couldn't listen to some other music after a while. I'd just have to find something else to do. I do anything in my power to see you just smile. But I also like MGK, because I know a lot of people like shit with MGK, but I mean, that guy is a fucking legend, because he's managed to do rock, rap. He's trolled people when he thinks they... Like, look at Eminem, right? He literally managed to raise his career up more. He already had a career anyway, but he did. He got more popular because he got more well-known. He played it smart. He knew what he was doing. But people think, oh, no, this guy lost. Like, no, he's got an amazing voice as well. Know we had some problems, but never mind. Say that I'm sorry after all this time. I know things change. But yeah, them fuckers. I love Arctic Monkeys, yeah. Neither, bro. I'll be real with you, because it's a cartoon. I actually have a girlfriend, so I'd be hitting a real girl, like, not hitting, yeah. Oh yeah, oppression. No, I just, let's just go quickly. Yeah. 1 second. Do you see how muggy I look in this photo? I look muggy now, bro, straight up. Lois Griffin. Each their own, bro. You do you, do you know what I mean? Yeah, I love Arctic Monkeys. I'm pretty sure they pop up on this playlist. Wait. Surely, maybe not. Should be like one of the first things that pops up. It really should be. The one time. I mean, literally, okay, look. Ozzy Osbourne, I don't know why Katy Perry's there, right? 50 Cent, Juice WRLD, Adele, The Weezers, Mary on the Cross. I know who's that by, I don't fucking know. Some of these I do not listen to, granted. Foo Fighters, Bob Marley. I mean, damn, Smash Mouth. I literally could not give people a definitive answer. I jump so much. 1 minute I'm like this, next minute I'm sick of rapping, I like rock. Next minute I like, I'm never sick of rock though, I'll be honest with you. I could listen to rock music all day, I think it's awesome. But yeah, I've had tattoo artists tell me that this is fucking incredible for 2 weeks worth of tattooing, that I should become a tattoo artist and that I should not underdo myself because it's that good. They reckon I could be doing like £100 a night, which is amazing, bro. That's wild money. I don't want to do that to people though. Or at least longer sessions, I would do people a good deal on it because I feel like shit, that's expensive. Who has that money? I don't. I'll go grab it. This one. Flipping a go bird. This is my favourite one. Oh, I'm so tempted to actually put my use the hoodie I made, bro. I sat there with all this stuff and you know how badly I want to use it and I'm like, I can't, it's stock. Thank you, bro. Or I say bro, so sorry, I literally don't know if people are go. It doesn't matter, it's only if it offends you if I say bro and I don't mean that. Oh yeah, of course. I'm not ashamed of my forehead, look how massive. You could do a kickflip on that fucking forehead. You know what I mean? You could play a game of chess on there. You could, fuck it, you could have a picnic, go for a swim in the sea. You could like, do everything on my forehead, bro. There's enough, it's like a fucking football field. The difference is I don't have my hair like this because I'm ashamed of my forehead. I love myself. And I'm going to love myself, and I taught myself to love myself. Now it just looks wild. It's quite funny. I just love curly hair. I love having a mop on my head. No, it's quite big. I mean, it's at least a 4-finger forehead. Let's be real, ish. But I used to have a top knot. I had braids. I had singles. I had a shawl. People say cultural appropriation. Like when braids are white people for one. I mean, it's why it's called a Dutch braid or a French braid or whatever they're called. And then if people really want to go, as I said, my granddad's like slightly mixed. So if I want to do it, I don't care. People, who's going to tell me? Do you know what I mean? Thank you for what, bro? Skateboarding is honestly so fun, man. It saved me. It got me sober. Did you know how for a hell of a time? Thank you, bro. I appreciate it, bro, as I say. Sorry, I need to stop saying bro, but at the end of the day, it's just my lingo, innit? My bad.
Funny thing is, right, when you're growing up, kids might go, oh, he needs a haircut, but then when you actually get older, people respect people for being them. It's more about who you are as a person rather than how you look, which I love, bro. Yeah, innit? Cheers from England. I'm from England too, bro. Love. Love to, well, I love my country, man. And it is. My family moved here, but I was born here. I was born in Wales, so... Okay, Britain. Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of people go... People say to me before, oh, it's American. I'm like, you think I'm fucking American? Like, no offense to my American followers, but, like, are we being for real here? I'm not like, hey, y'all. What's good, y'all? All in American, y'all. I'm not like that, am I? Like, I feel like I don't have a twang. I could do Australian better. Damn, that was terrible. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna do an American accent again. It's fucking blue, mate. It's fucking blue. Hot day. Fuck yeah, mate. Dancing Barbie. Go to the beach. It's been Christmas on the beach, yeah. Crikey. I spent 6 months out in Perth. Well, actually, Queensland. Perth and Queensland. I kind of went between the two. See what party life's like, and I tell you what, man, the heat is just. And Albany skate track, which I would not stop skating. I'm pretty sure I can't. Like, was it there? There's a snake runway that I pretty much camped out the night. I was like, you know, it's actually warm enough just to chill. You know what I mean? But then it did plummet. It got very, very cold. I was like, oh shit, yeah. Where it gets hotter, it's gonna get colder. You know what I mean? Right, so what am I doing? I actually can't remember what I was doing. Shit. I was in rhythm-ish. I don't know, as I'm more matured as well, people can honestly not like me for this, but I just really, like, do you know what, hearing like someone like Eminem talk about killing Kim, like, in music, I'm like, that is embarrassing, bro. Imagine having that, like, if I had a kid there to listen to that when he grew up, that's just fucking embarrassing, man. Yo, Birmingham's crazy. Birmingham's crazy. Anywhere, as I say, I've been to, well, all the main cities, really. Liverpool, I say city to a degree, yes, let's be real. I struggle with city, because I know city's something with a cathedral in it. Or like a big, well, it is a cathedral in it, not a church. Technically, like, Salisbury's a city because it has a cathedral, but to me, I'm like, I don't know, I think that's like really old way of thinking about it. I think city life just... Someone could have a cathedral, but like be really not the city life. Do you know what I mean? It's weird. And then people like what they call a town or a village. And where I've grown up in a city, because I grew up in Cardiff, which is a city, to move to any countryside. Oh, I did move to London for a bit, Hackney and stuff like this. Rough as fuck. I can't wait to get, like, truthfully, first I want to fight battles that need fighting. I want this country like safe for women and children, right? End of fucking discussion. People know my stance on this fucking point of view. I'm very outspoken on it. I mean, for people outside of the UK, they shut people on Facebook for Facebook posts more than they do for actually being a nonce. Like, are we joking here? Like, are we actually having a laugh? Like, bro, we should bring back the capital punishment for that. We should be kicking the chair out. Civilians should be allowed to kick the chair out. It should be a job on Indeed. Executioner. I'm not joking. People think it's brutal. No, because it would prevent more. Right? And if people are against it, I will ask one question. Why? Who are you protecting? Either yourself or someone else? At that point, you deserve no sympathy. None. You've lost your humanity. You've literally lost. You are a human being. Congratulations. Welcome to Earth. That gets fucking stripped from you the moment you do something like that, in my opinion. Yeah, 100%. Wait, Eminem is overrated. Yeah, 100%. It is a fair point, isn't it? Like, my family moved here through, like, as I said, I have Jewish genes in me, right? So I'm Jew-ish. I'd like to take a piss and say that. It's like Jew-ish, right? But I'm a Christian by faith. So you can say I'm a Messianic Jew, which is somebody who's converted to Christianity and his family's heritage. I don't eat kosher. I agree with not even just British values, but massively British values, but also Western values, Western culture. You know, I didn't come here and make everyone eat kosher, or my family make everyone eat kosher, you know, or, you know, my family didn't force me to keep eating kosher or not let me be Christian. I mean, oppression is a bad thing. And what universe is oppression a good thing? I mean, I want someone to give me a valid fucking point for where oppression worked. Like, please, give me a good example of where oppression works. And also, for any white people here who feel bad, you've been brought up thinking, because I obviously got a bit slightly different history, because my granddad taught me this and I learned some stuff they don't teach in schools. White people were slaves too. We were part of a slave trade. It's called the barbarian slave trade. Why do you think they're called slaves? Slavic, white slaves. So the whole word is based off of white people anyway. I mean, like, but people are like, wait, what? Is this true? Go look it up. I applaud you. People the other day were like, you know nothing, you're not educated. What do you mean white people are slaves? I mean, the fact people don't know that, I'm not going to blame people because they're lied to. But don't sit there and feel bad for something you didn't do. If you own a slave right now, then yes, you're a piece of shit, right? But I doubt no one here in the UK, even in some people have basements, I doubt people are holding a slave. I'm serious. Like, it's so unlikely. Do you know where slaves still exist? The Middle East. And when they go, oh, bro, bro, I've literally been to Lebanon, Qatar. I've been to Iraq, which was kind of freaky, I'm not going to lie. Egypt, which is still very racist. I mean, all these places, I'm sorry. Okay, in Egypt now, Saudi's the worst. They've got those slave camps. They literally have slave camps, like labour camps, right? Also, another thing, people know the Fabian Society. They are the people who found labour, right? And the Fabian Society, their emblem is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Do people know what that even means? Like, even comprehend that for 1 second? It's a dead wolf, like, no, a dead sheep's skin draped over a fox, pretending to be in with the people. It's like slowly but surely. This is 100% facts. I know what I'm on about, because I love it when people go, you don't know what you're on about, bro. I am the most boring fuck when it comes to self-education. I sit there and I just watch podcast after podcast after podcast. If I hear something, I'm like, I wonder if that's misinformation. I go and search. I'd even go to a library to find a book, because I mean, they can try and brainwash you with fucking social media and propaganda, but the books that are written when it says are published in 1960, 70 or 80, I'm like, well, they clearly haven't managed to take it off the shelves yet. So read as much as you can, learn what you can. It's very coincidental that white people want to make people feel bad for being white. I'm not saying what happened in the past isn't evil, because it is, not for 1 minute. But what the fuck, that's like saying, now Germans have to pay reparation for the 6 million Jews that were gassed. Do they? No. They done their shit. They took their right away to make weapons, everything like that after the war. And now people are just like, well, no, a German is a German. They don't go, oh, you're a Nazi, because that would be offensive. Because, you know, I mean, there's probably more Nazis in Argentina because that's where they moved. Oh, I know it's joking, bro. I know it's joking. I know it's racist, man. It's like I said, I've had literally people. Right, so the amount of people was like, where's your yarmulke and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, I don't wear it. You know what I mean? I am not. Let's sit there and prove this for one final time. Well, one, I have my cross here, because I don't believe in just wearing a cross here where you can take off and fake your religion and be like, yes, I am. Yeah. No, I'm a Christian. Proud. But I was about to have a bacon sandwich, to be honest with you, because it's coming up to lunchtime. Bacon I got. Ooh. I'm actually well excited. I don't know if this, I think it is unsmoked, yeah, but so I'm going to go have a cigarette, come back and have a fat bacon sandwich. You know why? Because that is Western culture. It's part of the English breakfast, it's what we do. I don't have to eat it if I don't want to, but I'm not going to tell people to stop eating it. I'm not going to say, like, you got to slaughter your animal a certain particular way. Like, yeah, anyway. Bacon, but yeah, bacon's lush, innit? Hello, Bubba. Hiya. Right. Ugh, I'm so tired today. What time is it? But yeah, anyway, guys, thank you. We managed to hit the lives are just getting better and better every day, to be honest with you. But if you want to, don't do it because I do it. Don't do it because, you know, at the end of the day, I'm proud to be Christian, but I don't. Yes, I preach it because I mean everything's going to shambles right now. I think you should not be scared to be who you are. I mean, the reason I became Christian is not even because, look at me, social norms, I didn't give a shit about them, to be honest with you. I'm different, I want to be different. But when it came to finding myself again, every time I say, smite me then, God, smite me, fuck you, all this stuff, it went to shit. It really did. Like, my life was in shambles. And the moment I went, okay, you win, what do I need to do? Show me the way. Clearly, I've messed up. And I was an atheist, and then shit just went the right way, you know what I mean? You got a new girl starting today. Oh, fair play. At least you get some more help then, do you know what I mean? I guess. I'm still waiting for them to reply, hopefully, about jobs back. If not, then I know to look for more and I'll keep the job hunt going. Don't worry, guys, I'm still running my business. It's just, this is the reality of running a business. You know, it's expensive. Yeah, I know, they're just comfortable, and I didn't want to mix them up the other ones. And in a second, I was going to take Frankie out while I go through a cigarette. Okay, difficult one. I fucking would. The question is, are you allowed? Yes. Do they try and oppress you? Yes. Do they try and stop it? Yes. But are you allowed? So, if you had a permit. See, I was going to say, you're allowed to preach anything in the UK. The law is you're allowed to preach. There's no blasphemy laws currently as well, but I'm still respectful even though there are no blasphemy laws. But I will say, I don't respect, and I've not said what is, so hear me out here, but I don't respect death cults, right? Because it's like Jehovah's Witness. Yeah, precisely. They go to people, so, yeah, you're allowed to. You know what I mean? Like, but the thing is, I don't want to force Jesus down people's throats because I believe you have to find Jesus yourself. Now, and I really mean that because forcing down your throat, to me, that's what happened my whole child after I got adopted and things like that. It didn't work. I mean, I was just like, okay, cool, like go to church. It felt, I think any religion that's forced will not work. But the moment you let a person, they're stumbling through life, you're struggling, you don't know where you're going, you don't know who to turn to, and you see many people go, Christ saved them, Christ saved them. Like, if you are really struggling, why wouldn't you give it a go? Because you've exhausted all other options. You've worked every other thing you can. You've got sober. You then also used a lot. So you've done completely both ends of the scale. Used a lot to try and escape the pain, didn't work. You got sober, you're still in pain. You feel alone. You feel detached. You feel like nobody hears you, nobody listens to you. Now, I don't think God is a man sitting on a cloud, but I don't believe in a Big Bang. I do to a degree, but I think he caused a Big Bang. I'm like a very unique mix of a religion. I think everybody maybe has a point, apart from some death cults and some evil ideologies out there, let's just say that. But I think Judaism, parts of them have a point. I think Christianity has a point. I think, we maybe interpreted it wrong, but we still should live a life that's good and honourable and peaceful. And when you do, and the moment I accepted Christ into my life, things just, even on my stressful days, I still manage to pull myself around and I can get to a logical point of thinking. But, you can't expect Christ or the Lord, Christ, like Jesus. Your Lord. No, don't do this to me now. It's talking. It's all the talking, bro. Wait, do you support? I do. So you don't. This is the whole. Sorry, I didn't see that. I have two siblings part of the community, LGBT plus QI. I can't remember all of them. Sorry, but that one. The fact they have to say it upsets me quite a bit. They're my siblings. There are some innocent, kind people. It doesn't matter. I don't agree with pride when, hear me out, when you've got kids around people in gimp suits. You should not be sexualizing your sexuality that much in front of younger kids. It's not appropriate. I don't care what people say then at that point. It's not homophobic. People can be who they want to be. I just don't think you should force that ideology onto a kid, okay? I believe there is only one way to heaven. I appreciate that, bro. 100%. I agree with you. I mean, I think... I really don't know how to word this. I would preach it, but I hope to show people through the work I do, the peace I found, sobriety I found, that is how to find it. Not forcing it down people's throats. They need to, if they follow along and they're like, well, actually, you know what, this guy works through a lot of shit. Yeah, he's been through a lot, but he's still managing to hold strength. And that's not just me. I know it's not. I know it's because I pray. I know it's because, and even if you don't want to believe that God is real, it's the manifestation of there is somebody there for you. If that's how you want to see it. If you want to think someone died for your sake, Jesus Christ died for, literally sacrificed himself for us. And even like that's you can know that's bro, my brain's not working. That's undisputable. You can't dispute it because at the end of the day there's enough proof now that Jesus did die on the cross and he done it for humanity. Now even if you want to be one of those people that's like, yeah, but he was probably just a Fruit Loop, or he was crazy. I've been crazy, I've lost it at points in my life, but I'm pretty sure at this point, if I wasn't actually the Messiah, I'm a person that's like, yes, if I was Messiah, I would just go through with it too. But if I wasn't, you'd turn around and be like, okay, right, guys, can you just take me down? This kind of hurts. I'm not the Messiah. I didn't mean it. I'm just trying to spread peace. No, he, in his last moments, looked up to God and said, please, Father. Like, that is not crazy to me. That is 100%. And people go, how can God, and this is my argument, how can God come down to earth? How can man be a God? But didn't God create all life on earth, right? He made Mary, Joseph, Adam, Eve, all these things, right? He could easily put life inside of life. So say you have Mary, right? Doesn't need to come down to earth to lay with her. He created life from nothing. So he can just, baby, sprout. The power is unfathomable. And the fact, we as human beings who are very dumb, who don't even understand our own existence, want to go, nah, not possible. How can we even say that? When it's like the only thing that logically makes sense. Like, how on earth does dust fly through the universe, smash, and then boom, parasites, and we grow into being such conscientious creatures who develop things like religions and build houses and architect like we have? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, that almost like is just impossible. Like, this is a creation of smart, intelligent life force. That's the only way to describe it. So that's why accepting, and as I said, even if you accept it, it's just like, you'll realise, it's such a powerful feeling not alone, because you have Christ on your side. And it's like, at one point I thought, oh, am I crazy, because people are going to think. I was nervous to admit as a Christian, not because of other religions who hate Christians, but actually because I didn't want to sing. I actually thought it seemed a bit crazy at one point. I really did. That's just me being real. I thought, I was like, how on earth do you build an ark? But now they're finding bits of the ark. They literally found the Shroud of Christ. I mean, there's too much proof. And I'm like, oh shit. And it was before all that happened, when I had some spiritual experiences, I saw biblical angels. Now, a lot of people think angels are like cherub babies, right? Cute little things with wings. No, these things are like big swirling geometric patterns of like eyes instead of eyes of all seeing. It's creepy shit, to be honest with you. And when I had DM, I can't say last letter, but I'll just do this for the T. I take a break between saying his words. Dimethyl, I can say it because it's actually it is a natural chemical in the brain. So dimethyltryptamine, it is literally a natural chemical in the brain. Your brain produces it when you pass on, it produces it when you sleep. And it's funny how the government ban it in most places. And why? Think about control. Think about the brainwashing people. Why on earth would they ban something that's non-harmful, never ever unalived somebody, ever? And the only thing it does is it brings people back from trauma, pain, and helps them connect spiritually again. It's known as a spirit molecule, for fuck's sakes. Like, when I took it, I was still part atheist. I really was so struggling with my faith. I really was. And after taking it, I was like, holy shit. I was like, there's no way. Like, this thing completely stripped me of like a part of, or like I shot up into like wherever the fuck it was. It felt like I went into a realm a million miles away. I saw it looked like the creation of Earth. And I was in this waiting room and this tunnel was spinning and there were things looking at me. And then at the end there was this thing that said, it's not your time yet, but you know what to do. You know what to keep saying, you know how to be. But it wasn't in English, it wasn't in Judaism, it wasn't in fucking any Yiddish, it wasn't in any of this. It was in a language I could not understand. But then I understood it on a deep intellectual level. But I was like forced to watch. I'm like, for the rest of it, I could move around. Like, you're not your body, you're just moving in this three-dimensional geometric whirling space. It's weird, like. But this moment, some other things happened, but it's not my business to say what happened. But my main experience was being stripped down apart. People see loved ones, or like, feel the energy of loved ones, like there's like a guardian angel there watching over you. I mean, holy shit. I'm not telling people to do this if you're an adult in your country where it's legal. Understandable, but I just think it's very coincidental how they ban it, and you know what I mean. Oh, bro, I've been to quite a lot of concerts, to be honest with you. Bro, do you know about, I'm guessing you know about it then. I know a lot about DMT. So Free Big Blast Off, literally, it releases a few other times as well in your body, but it's just not appropriate to say when they are on the live, but you can kind of guess. By me saying that, hopefully, if you're old enough. Hundreds of times. Well, love, bro, respect. I mean, I've had hero doses, I've had ayahuasca ceremonies, and that's the same chemical. I had bufo, or whatever it's bloody called. I was crying in the sand, bro, by the water, and it was like, you know, and this guy's just like screaming at me, telling my demons and pretty much I felt like an exorcism, like, do you know what I mean? Like, it was weird. And then when I also done it with one of my son, I know he's Canadian, that's all I say, because obviously in Canada, I believe it's legal. I was stuck in this loop. It felt like a turn in a way. He was going, right, you feel it, 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 and it was, I could hear it over and over again. And I was falling into the pipe. Like, I was looking at the pipe because you got, it's a bowl pipe, and you let it, the crystalline, sort of evaporate. You don't want to boil it. You just let it sort of steam up slowly. It goes, and it tastes like shit. It's like burnt rubbery plastic. It really don't taste that great. But holy, I was never expecting something like this. It really, really, I'm from Warwick. Oh, bro, I went to Warwick Castle. I love Warwick. It's really nice up there. Love, bro. All I say is, and you'll know this yourself, like, first off, I started to hear this buzzing. Buzzing, I felt it, and I felt it, and I heard it. But it was weird. It was like, never expected. And I was like, so is this, like, it? No. Another deep puff, hold it in, and then again on the third blast through, bro. And that is when I just nodded off into, I nodded, but then I went, whoom, like, I felt like I have never ever been launched so hard. It was like being cannon launched into fucking the atmosphere in Pluto. Not just out of our atmosphere, like, I was flying, but it was a really nice feeling. It was shocking, but enjoyable. It was all like disorientating shit. When I came back, I was just like, and he's like, you good? I'm like, thank you. I mean, even when I came, actually, when I first got, I done it on my own as well, because I was obviously being trip-sitted, so to speak. It's only like 15 minutes experience, but it's the most intense shit, like, for real. I sat there on my own, and because I recorded it, I wanted to see what it was like when my nod off state. And I was smiling, and as I came out of it, I said, thank you, I really needed that. And ever since then, I have been a lot better. I've been able to stay sober. I've realised what's important in life, and I've managed to ground myself. So when you want to sit there and people say trip is a very different experience to that. I mean, yes, psilocybin, which is psilocin, when it converts in the body, acts the same. I mean, in a way, it's like they are very similar in molecule, like compound composition, how they're like, the layout of them, like hydrocarbons or whatever the fuck's added to it. I don't know all that, so I don't go into detail too much. I'm not one of those like science nerds that know it had I know, like, psilocybin and serotonin and, is it dope? No, I think it's serotonin, look very similar, like almost identical, which is not a coincidence. It's very natural. I mean, most people, I see little machine elves and little like Buddhas and things like this, and when they recognise me, that was a bit freaky, because I was like, oh shit, like I've been spotted now. You know, I was kind of gliding around in space, and then I get spotted. I'm like, oh shit, and I felt like I didn't belong. But then that thing told me, you're not meant to be here yet. You know what you've got to do. And it felt like it's stripping me apart of every piece that almost negative thought that I compounded into my brain and stayed like in this negative mindset. It managed to strip it away and go, no, that's simply just not true. I don't know how to describe it. It didn't say that, but that's the effect it had. It's undescribable, and now trying to describe it as well, like what I saw is like a dream state. You can't, like, even 10 minutes afterwards it's hard to, but the benefits I reap from it are out of this fucking world, quite literally. Of course, man, no worries. Have I ever farted on a live? Probably. I mean, who has it? I've been on a live for hours before, to be honest with you. That's all good, no worries, bro. You're on the level. I appreciate that, man. Thank you for the sub. I don't mind people subbing for, like, the psychedelic sort of experiences, the fact that I have my own company at art. But when people sub to, like, oh, can you do this there, and I'll sub, I'm like, no. But if people sub over a common mutual respect, I mean, a lot of people are terrified to do DMT, and I've done the DM fight, EA fight, the one that everything goes white. I thought I was on like some rebirth shit. I thought that's it. I'm dead. I've done it to myself. This is it. But I was like, please don't let this. You know Harry Potter, and when he dies, he sees Voldemort, and he's at the train station, the last one. That's what it was like. But there was no platform. There was nothing. It was just white. There was sort of hexagon patterns, but the more I tried to look at them, they would blend into each other. Freaky as shit. But that's why MEO5. That's the one, bro. That's why I've done the toad on here. I've got a tattoo of the toad, and also says I'm a mushroom, because I didn't want to do the chemical molecule. This one's going to simplify this tattoo I'm doing on myself. It's going to have obviously a hand of smoke. It's all the things I feel like I've done to help myself in my life. So taking psychedelics, and a lot of people. I mean, there's no coincidence that America now and a lot of countries are legalising psilocybin for depression and treatment, because they can't hide it any longer. There's too many people that are like, well, no, my life's brilliant and I have a good time. Yes, you can fry your brain taking too much. Of course you can. I mean, it's on a whole other level. This is strong shit. You can do it hundreds of times. You can't OD on it. You can do it straight away again. But I mean, personally, I would do it hundreds of times, but I would do it maybe like once every other month. I wouldn't sit there every day blasting off, because I mean, I still want to be, the reason I do it is to be grounded in reality, and kind of break out of that, the machine, you know, the fucking, whatever you want to call it. The world is built that is just fake, and you realise how stupid and shit it is. Like, I would literally, after doing that, I realised I would just rather travel and just live in a van, rather than being compounded into this, what they want us to be as a society. It's so fake. No way, bro. Yeah, love. 100%, man. So these are the ones I started tattooing. I've only tattooed about 3 weeks ago, but I feel like, I don't know, I kind of was wanting to draw some more geometric psychedelic patterns because of my experiences, but then, as you'll understand, trying to remember what they're like is almost impossible. You almost have to either draw it while it's on it, and then it's like, was it like, I remember like a tunnel. I remember that the feeling's almost undescribable because it is so intense. I remember going, whoa, like I tried to close my eyes and then it got more intense, and I was like, okay, I open them, and I'm still seeing shit. I'm like, bro, it was more intense than LSD or something like that. That's just, yeah, that was 12 hours of just kind of, there was one point I was washing my face, I felt like I think my skin was peeling, or it's under my eyelids, I thought this bit of my skin was just coming off over and over again. That was, I don't know what the psychology is behind it. I don't know if it was something inside of me I felt like I needed to sort out, but that was disturbing, none the least. But I mean, that's a whole different thing. I don't condone everything. I also think there's like levels you get to. Like you start off on a normal mushroom, then you maybe do cubentus, which is like 3 times the strength of a normal mushroom. And then you do an accidental hero dose, which is like 5G or more-ish. I'd say 5G just to play it safe. But then of cubentus. So it's like 3 times the strength. So you essentially, I mean, man, you're having like 15 G instead, equivalent. And then you're like, whoa, the world's breathing and I'm being swallowed alive. Not in a horrible way. And then you just got a comfortable blanket, and it's nice. I've not had one person ever tell me that they're really uncomfortable on mushrooms. You know, like if you've got a bad trip, you can take a benzo, so like a diazepam, it's a trip killer, you're fine. I mean, you drink alcohol and you're spinning, there is no way to stop that. It's a poison, it's a neurotoxin, but you can stop it. Like, you know what I mean? You could just go and get a breath of fresh air, ground yourself, do it with the right people, but that's why you don't just jump into like a hero dose. Like, I would say start off with like a .5, then go into like a G, and then go to like, oh man, I know I jumped to a hero dose quite quick, right, to be honest with you. Because I remember I was at a festival thinking, you know what, I can do it. I went to a few festivals and I was like, I can do this. It's fine, the music felt good. And I never felt so like intensely high for so long. Like, this was actually higher than the LSD. Actually was like the feeling, because LSD was a way more visual and auditory sort of experience where everything was breathing, and I was just literally looking at my foot in the blanket, and it just was like vroom, vroom. And then colours looked like they were going green and then blue and then purple, but not fully. Like, if you're watching it, you're like, yeah, it looks like it's slightly purple now. Oh no, it's slightly green tinted. It's like tinted. And it kind of, it's almost like those nightlight club like wear things, but like so faint. So it's not like you see in movies where like, I've never seen anybody spiral out and see like pixies and unicorns and shit from mushrooms. I've taken a high dose myself, as I said, of cubentus. At that point, you just feel like you're one with the universe and you're breathing with it, and you kind of just feel like moving. And could be uncomfortable for some people, but that's why you don't do that. But like, movies have made such a lie about what it's like. Don't get me wrong, there are things that can do that to you, 100%. I mean, Salvia, for example, that messed me the fuck up, and I will say that with like my chest so. I would never touch that again. This was 50 times or whatever it's extract times 50. Oh my lord, I was a brick in a castle for what felt like 500 years. I saw humanity going past. I saw battles happening, and when I came out of it, I felt like I had like a psychotic breakdown. So there are things that are clearly not great. I would not recommend that for anybody personally. Wait, do you have it? I do actually. I literally own my own skateboard company, so it's a good question. So I make skateboard wheels. So I want to become a tattooist as well. I want to do so much in my life, but you have one life. It made me realise that too. So you just got to live it. So I made this. Right, let me turn the light on quickly. Oh, it's this shit. Oh well. So I made this board, flipping the ghetto bird. This is a glow in the dark board of an X-ray scanner. Board has gone up some glass. I made boards, crap, I did. I make boards shaped like lighters. I made all of these on the wall. Packaging. I made fingerboard wheels. Where are they gone? Which are like urethane, but they're not urethane. So that's what made me want to become a tattoo artist, because of being an artist anyway. I was like, you know what, fuck it. I love tattoos. I had two. I wanted to be able to tattoo myself. Right, let's see if we can get a nollie flip, like first time. Okay, that was a fail already. Yeah, boy. I was going to act like that was first time, okay? We're going to just... Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. As I said, I get to people saying tech deck, and that's why I'm like, yeah, fair enough. That's fruit blending fruit. This one is just leaves. So obviously tech deck would not... I don't want to be mainstream. I do, but I want to bring mainstream back to being slightly controversial. Like, if you're an adult, you're allowed to buy a board that has leaves on it, right? When I was growing up in the UK, and there's people in the UK that will definitely agree with me, it was almost impossible, without the internet as much, to find anything with leaves on it. I wanted, like now you get bucket hats with leaves on it, you can get... But when I was growing up, I'd go to any shop. I mean, yeah, maybe you get something on Amazon-ish. But I'm talking about when I was like 15. I found it almost impossible to get anything that... And it's because no brands associated with it. Mainstream in the UK would have nothing to do with it. It's been a prescription in the UK for... Oh, fuck knows, honestly, since 2018 now, I think. What actually shocks me a lot is that, and this is me being real, I think mushrooms had less damaging to someone's health and less addictive than medical bud. Because medical bud literally, I'm sorry, it's Morris's shit. All I'm trying to say, I'm getting out of it now, it is addictive. But where, and it doesn't rebuild, it's more like a bandage. Where when you actually have psilocybin, it actually does help rebuild the brain's receptors. So while you're feeling good, it's also actually doing good. That's why people have cried. There's a story of a guy who had, I don't know why he had trauma, but he couldn't hold his son. It's really heartbreaking to hear. And in his trip, because it was an intense one, granted, so I mean, I guess you can trip if you were to take it in the right and you've never had it before and you had a high dose. But it's more of a, not necessarily a visual one, but like, I guess you could fall into like a sleepy state or a thinking, I don't know how to describe it, you think it and it feels very real, the thought process. But this guy saw, I've never had this, so I can't speak on this experience, but he saw a tree growing and he was part of that tree and he watched his son walk past with his wife and his branches were trying to grow out to reach the grafted child. And it made him and then the tree started to wither away and die, and he walked past. And he realized, it made him realize he's going about it too slowly. That's what he said. That it's weird how it tricks your brain into thinking whatever it does, but it helped him. And then after that, he could hug his son again. And I felt like, what more proof do we need? There's other stories, but I mean, it helped. If it was going to make you crazy, I'm not saying people should just be, hey, every weekend take some. I mean, people should be smart enough and mature enough to realise when there's a need. If you've had a stressful month or a stressful week, it is a bit of a reset. You know, it is, but I'm not condoning the use of it. But I mean, there's no way I coincidentally don't drink alcohol anymore. When I was drinking alcohol, I was a fucking wreck and a ruin of myself all the time. And now I just smoke and occasionally have some mushrooms and some psychedelics. I have my own company, I'm getting a job, and I'm tattooing. Like, I'm doing a lot. And I'm not crazy. I think I'm sometimes quite a logical thinker, and I think it's grounded me. There's been times in my life where I've been a complete fruit loop because I'm not being able to think because of trauma, stress. My brain's clearly damaged from the amount of shit. But it's like reset itself, because it's not like just straight away, like the day after or the hour you take it, but the week after, the month after I've taken something, I've just noticed a general improvement in a lot of areas. And that's why the UK, it's good news for people in the UK. I don't know how long this is going to last, but it's going through medical trials right now. Psilocybin, not exactly that, but like a synthesizer, which yes, pisses me off because it's synthesized. Why can't they just give us the actual fucking thing? I mean, it grows in abundance. It's easy. You can get multiple flushes. It's not difficult. But yeah, they're synthesizing something that's like psilocybin. But if it works anything like that, then I think people will be in for a big shock. Like depression could actually be resolved a lot better within the next few years, because it's incredible. I mean, I cried, I think, after I've had before, because I felt so good. I felt so relieved that I didn't have to deal with the trauma and the shit that I was constantly dealing with. And that's why I've been a massive advocate for it all the time. Like, I won't sit there and say that also some other things can't cause us issues. I don't like people that say, oh, bud never caused an issue. I'm like, well, I've seen people who do seem to struggle mentally after having it, and I'm like, I wonder if that's because they've got pre-existing health conditions which overlap with the psychoactive effects of medical broccoli, right? Which makes sense, because it is psychoactive. And if your brain already is like, you know, has like, there's a gene for like schizophrenia and psychosis and things like this, and some people completely fly the rate, you would just be fine. But that's why you can't ban it for everybody because of a few people, because then that's like saying they don't prescribe opioids for everybody. Like, they don't, because some people are allergic to opioids, some people have a flare-up, some people act like they're allergic to codeine or opioids or whatever, but they prescribe those fine. Let's say it's public health care, but alcohol kills people every 13 seconds and cigarettes every 6. I'm pretty sure last time I checked, medical broccoli and mushrooms have killed 0 people. They actually have. Like, there's a guy who ate like, I think it was like 20 or 30 grams or something. He might have even eaten more than that. And he just said he was tripping balls for like a day and a half, and then he was over it. It probably shook his worldview quite a bit, but other than that, I mean, if you'd done that with alcohol and you had the same amount in like, you'd get alcohol poisoning, because it's a neurotoxin. 100%, bro. I'm not even joking. You can go look all this up. It is 100% facts. Because I'm gonna go quickly to the toilet and then I'm gonna take the dog out and go for a cigarette. But I promise people now. And that's why I refuse. We are the front line in the UK in the last 20 years. You know, I'm 25. Since I was going to sound crazy to people, my parents were junkies. So since 9 years old, the first time I grabbed a joint out of my dad's ashtray, I took a beating for it, but it was worth it. I was coughing. The reason I got a beating for it is because he knew I'd had it, because I was coughing non-stop. I couldn't stop coughing. He was abusive piece anyway, but it was funny because I had the giggles. It hit me so hard, so fast, and it made me feel good. And I was like, you know what? But then that's another good point of why you should look after your kids and make sure no kid should feel like they need to reach something for that early or whatever. Like, even influences of it. I stopped, because obviously I didn't just go from 9, yes, I now have it. But when I was about 11 and my foster brothers, they would give me some. And then from about 12, I would say, I then was getting some on my own from my brothers and that. And I would then be smoking on my own from 12 onwards, and I'm now 25, and I've had it like the whole way through. And I don't have psychosis or, schizophrenia. They wouldn't prescribe it to me if I did, because you're not allowed it with it. So, I mean, it clearly shows. I have spent so much on it, and if I'd have done the same with alcohol, I would have literally no kidneys or liver. I've had to stop drinking because I have to take this, which is omeprazole, which is to coat my stomach wall, because if I've burnt my esophagus away, I've burnt my stomach lining away, like, it's just damaged from alcohol, like, permanently. You won't find that on medical broccoli, you won't find that on, like, mushrooms. Like, it's clearly bullshit. Being a Christian, I feel like I can't just sit there and act like I don't know the truth. And I don't 100% know, because I might act differently to other people. We are all different, but at the same time, you still owe it to, like, for people to not think that it's just the worst thing on the planet. Because there are people that literally think, oh, he uses that, oh, he's got to be a complete... There's people who literally think it's the, like, devil's lettuce. There's people that think that mushrooms literally make people think they can fly and jump off of a building. Like, they reported a severe case of someone with depression in Amsterdam, and then they play on that massively. They do everything they can to make it seem worse. And I would always be like, okay, there probably are some health complications with these things. There is never anything that's just perfect, granted. But at the same time, how I don't believe them anymore. I never did, because you give us alcohol and cigarettes. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're like, oh, it's public safety, public health concern. Bullshit. Because you would take cigarettes away regardless of if people raged or rioted. I mean, they saw what you'd done at alcohol prohibition, and people were making their own, people were going crazy, and they realised, well, we might as well just make money off of this now, shouldn't we? So fuck it. And also, imagine this. Every patient cured is a customer lost. So everything is literally capitalism. It's greed, it's money. So you think you're going to... I'm not saying a nurse or a doctor individually doesn't want to save your life. But the main people at play at power 100% give us a shit to destroy ourselves, and then we go to them asking for the help. It's like, oh, so yeah, here's some pregabalin. Oh, now you're dealing with night sweats. Okay, now I have this because this will stop. Oh, okay, now you've got this. Okay, take this from us. It's ridiculous. Are you addicted to heroin? Okay, cool. Here's some methadone. Now we're your dealer. How do people not see it? You know what I mean? Like, sometimes when you say, oh, I self-medicate, they're like, oh no, you shouldn't do that. And I'm like, I self-medicate with a plant. You're literally just telling me to take something that's man-made, synthetic, full of crap, and has literally killed countless amounts of people. I refuse to conform to that, because I mean, yeah, look, where has it gone? I've got to show you, this is what okay, fuck knows where they've gone. I have like 400 codeine, right? I get like 100 plus a month. That's enough for somebody to just... And it's almost like they do that deliberately. If somebody was to, get a bit too depressed, it's sad, and I don't want people to have to deal with that. I think, I literally can't conform with it anymore. It literally pisses off. Yeah, 100%. It will fade, but you'll end up finding that they will end up introducing something else, because it's population control as well. Do you know what I mean? The list goes on for reasons why. It's fucked up. So just be you. You've got to do you at the end of the day. Right, 2 seconds, guys. And you know what? I don't agree with teaching kids the wrong stuff. So I always thought, keep hush hush. If I ever spoke, I'd stick away from kids. I've never been here. I'd always chip it out. I think it's a bad influence to show them. But then after realising that, well, what education are they telling them? That, codeine and from stuff from the doctors is completely fine because it's from a professional, is also bullshit. You leave it to them to educate your kids, and you realise how fucked up they're actually getting it. That's the truth. Because I mean, opioids are so devastating. People go, but they're like, it's the opioid scare. But then the actual opioid crisis. And I'm like, look, having someone who's had a family that's addicted to opioids, I can tell you now, they are soul and life destroying. In every sense, they are so addictive. You would literally sell your granny, your kid for it if it was that bad enough. Like, I'm serious, the addiction. But yeah, I sit down and maybe get a little bit agitated when I haven't had a J. Yeah, I get a little bit aggy. I'm like, oh, I would like one. It'd be nice. But that's because dopamine, it's a natural response. But I'll tell you what, you go skate, fingerball, or do some art, or do whatever makes you happy, you'll forget about it very quickly. But if it was opioids, you won't. You'll be doubled over. Your stomach starts to hurt because your body literally physically changes. It craves opioids. It's very fucked up. Yeah, 100%. They do give us things to hurt us on purpose. And vapes, please guys, don't vape. Popcorn lung in the crowd. I smoked, yeah, for what? Let me think. Okay, this is messed up. Don't judge, but I don't care. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 22, 23, 24. Wow, 17 years, right? Okay, I smoked for nearly 17 years. And in that time period, oh, that's messed up. I need to quit. I have actually got a bit of a cough. I coughed up some black stuff, but it really, look, isn't all that bad. Like, yes, it's still bad, don't smoke. But I've seen people vape in 3 years and they're getting popcorn lung and liquid on their lungs and pneumonia. Like, it is fucked up. Like, it's honestly arguably worse. Yes, there's thousands of chemicals in cigarette, but you also got to remember, people have been smoking for a long time. So I know it's going to sound really dumb, but say a monkey eats poison from a tree over and over again, his ancestors, like in the future, and like he will evolve slowly, not just him, but his bloodline and everything like that, will evolve to eat that sort of poison. It's like anti-venom. Like, this is actually factual. So if we were to sit here and smoke cigarettes, nicotine, all this crap, we have built up a tolerance to it in the last 100 years, our ancestors, but we've not built up a tolerance to vapes. They're brand new. They're like adding, and that's how I see it. People seem to forget. They will add something when we get a little bit more tolerant. Cancer goes down from smoking because more people smoke. Like, why is this happening? Well, because our bodies learn people are smoking either way, and our bodies try to survive. So then cancer's not offset as often. That's not statistically proven. I'm saying this is a guesswork. So I'm not adding that so people don't go, oh, this is what I've heard, this is true. No, it just seems logical because, you know, there's literally animals that have evolved that they eat more poisonous fruit than they can do because their ancestors had a lack of food to eat, right? So they now have evolved to be able to break down, that your stomach acid changes, you know, your biology changes so you can deal with it to survive. But then they spice it up a little bit more just so it's a little bit more of a death concoction. I promise you now, that's true, they do that. Oh yeah, 100%. Smoking is evil, man. And it's evil that vapes are... That's what I mean. Sorry, buddy, so Rory's popped in. Yo, I remember you from yesterday, bro. Welcome. Sorry about yesterday, man. It's just so many people try and make an account, try and do... But I am literally... I don't get what people's issue is with me. At all. And then you have an issue with me. I don't really give a shit. But at the end of the day, I do try my best to be down to earth, show people, like... I mean, people like you seem to have quite a good quality of a life. Like, even when I go and get a job and I'm working like 30 plus hours a week, 40 hours, as well as running my business and doing a live stream, I'm still going to be happy. And that's because I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not like sat there, even though everyone else feels like a sheep. And people go, well, what's the point? What's the point in knowing about all of it, that you're being brainwashed? Because it actually doesn't make you depressed that you know you're being brainwashed. You actually like, well, at least I know about it. And then you don't fully conform to everything. Like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I know what that is. I know what that is. Who cares if you're on the outside? You actually end up feeling sorry for everybody else. But it's better than being brainwashed yourself and conditioned into thinking, no, this is the correct way. Like, I know people that still, as I said, still think it's a devil's lettuce. Like, really? Well, medical broccoli was made illegal because of racist reasons. But like the Declaration of Independence was drafted out of hemp. So were the sails that used to push the people on the way in the colonies to colonize America. I mean, the fuel for Henry, what's his name, bro? The guy that made Ford, right, the car. The fuel, he also made the bodywork out of hemp as well. It was really durable. I mean, it's hemp and, well, the female and male genius of the plant, right? But like, I don't think we were meant to smoke it. I think we were meant to eat it because it activates when you heat it. And what do humans do? Fire, pot, cook stuff. Like, it just makes sense. It really does. Like, Yes, it's got stronger. But I mean, it's much better to take something God-given, or if you don't want to believe in God, just natural, already occurring. And then I mean, I don't understand how people can't literally go, they're like, no, it's bad for you. And I'm like, well, Google the deaths from alcohol and cigarettes and then medical problems. No one's died from weed. No one has ever died from it. But people have died from alcohol and cigarettes. Like every 6 seconds and every 13 seconds. I mean, what more proof do you need? The government are even telling you that themselves. But people are still that fucking brainwashed. They're like, nah, so I think it's worse. Are you alright, mate? Are you actually okay? Like, I don't understand how you can read something in black and white that they have provided for you. So even like this is written by opposers or anything like that trying to oppose the government. This is quite literally the government pretty much okay. And if people want to think that they don't, they definitely fucking do okay what goes out there or not. They have more control than people realise. You know that old guy that sat there and he's having an interview and the lawyer leans over to him and he says, if you say anything else, I'll fucking kill you. How the fuck was that allowed? That's like, I mean, literally, this guy is a millionaire being told that. A millionaire. The control is on another level. It's honestly out of this world. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, 100%. Well, I didn't say about cars, but honestly, asking. Fuck roadblocks, no offense, that's what that is. But yeah, my parents are probably BMW maybe, probably BMWs. Yeah, I would say so. I had my license taken away when I was 17, 16, because I just decided to, I know this is dumb and people don't respect it, I don't respect myself for it, but I was like, I can drive, so I just got a car without a license. Very dumb. And then I wasn't allowed a license, like they literally prevent you from getting one, so I had to use what they call a citizen's card for like 2 years. Proper peak. Yeah, bro, they're well nice, aren't they? Trust me. They're one of the best cars. Like German cars are really well made. End of discussion. I don't care what anyone has to say. Like they are really, really good. I mean, it annoys people when they find out what car I actually had. To be honest with you, but I bought it illegally, granted. But I mean, I bought it so close to the point where, yeah, I mean, I was an idiot, man. I was an idiot. I'll actually let people guess what it was. It was electric. It had suicide doors on it, or scissor doors, whatever you want to call it. As I said, it was bought doing just as a greengrocer, and I can admit that now because it literally doesn't matter. If you're once doing something, you can't. I said to police officers, once I was doing this, they're like, oh really? Well, we can't arrest you for it. Actually, I'm not actively doing it anymore, which is just wild, but I kind of guess it makes sense, to be honest with you. But if people can guess, probably not. Very low down, electric. I mean, I personally never wanted electric, but I thought because of the way everything's going, hey, electric's the way to go. I mean, electric just uses fuel anyway to burn to make fuel, like it. You know what I mean? It's the same issue. Unless they use sunlight, which they really could do. Nah, bro, it was an i8. I feel like I'm gonna say it because no one else is gonna guess it. It's a 2018 i8 carbon fibre bodywork, right? It was low down though, fucked my back up quite a bit. But the police found me at the wheel. I had gone into a K-hole. I wasn't actually driving it, I was just parked up. But for some reason, I literally just drove into the wall a little bit in front of me. So obviously on an automatic, you've got to literally take your foot off the brake slowly, and well, you don't have to do it slowly, I guess, but then onto the accelerator. That's how it works. That's how automatic works. I prefer manual anyway. We won't get into that. Next car I get, I'll try and get manual. But all I remember is kind of looking up and there's this light shining in my face. I'm like, the fuck is that? And I'm like, oh shit, I'm done for. Luckily I wouldn't class as driving though, but they did say I had a car illegally, weren't allowed it, boom, banned. They are nice, bro. It was very low down, but as soon as I saw this car, growing up, I was like, I want that, I want to do everything. And 120k. 120k. To find out that I could have probably bought a newish one for 128 anyway, not illegally, I was a fucking moron. I should have just waited. It was like everything I'd saved up, everything I worked towards. The lesson in life is sometimes things may seem like super easy and like, hey, I'm just going to do this, but it's not going to benefit you. Like the honest work is the true work to do, 100% every time. Gang stupidity is just honestly dumb. I lost mates through it, and I mean, it's just parents lose kids and their kids lose fucking friends. I mean, it's just a cycle of shit. Honestly, it's the worst thing. So I'm so happy to be out of London. Or any city really. I find it funny when they move kids from the country, from country to the city. Like, oh, this is a good place to put you in foster care. Like, are you dumb? Is a foster kid with no family members? Hear me out. Their gangs groom kids, not in that sense, but to be like, oh, you want a family, you want friends? Yeah, we're here for you. What a dumb place. Why would you put them somewhere like that? Put them somewhere in the countryside where there's actually loving, kind-hearted people. So I'm sorry. City life makes people fucking miserable, it does. I'd fall off and I could be really injured and people just walk past and look at you. That you very rarely get somebody, oh, you're right. It's like nobody wants to do it, so nobody does do it because they don't want to seem like the weak person. It's like, it actually doesn't make any fucking sense. It is dumb. It is very, very dumb, but oh well, here we are. Got to love society. But I would never sit there for 1 minute and say that car was hard earned or worked hard for or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's not a case of, I can't. That's why I never sit there and say I could ever be like, I don't know, brag about. It's not a brag. It's just I was an idiot and done this. The business, no matter how far I've come with it, regardless, it's not more of a brag than, if anything, it could be more of a brag. But some when people say, bro, flexing, I'm like, well, yeah, if it takes to flex on, like Andrew Tate, I'm not sorry, but flexes on everybody. Literally flexes on it, like, oh, look what I've got Bugatti, yeah, but how do you get that? Trafficking a child, right? The moment you can say you legitly got something, but you also then, I don't ever want cars like that, I don't give a shit. Look at my slider, bro. It made me realise this, like, this is from Shein and it's already just falling apart, I don't give a shit, right? I'm always going to be like this. It's like the Adam Sandler thing. I mean, I'm not sure even they eat babies now. Who is genuine, who's not, who fucking knows? But genuine work, genuine being a good person, me being a Christian means I got to do charity work. And not because, I'm bound by it, even by faith and then also by actual morals. So I'm bound by it by both things, right? People, and that's why I'm saying, how can it, like Christianity or this religion be a nasty one? It's so kind, it's so caring, it's so giving. Christianity, when I was homeless with an actual group of people, there's a lot of churches, and there was a lady who came to the library. I charged my phone up at the library just in case I needed a phone for emergencies, and she saw that I was there every day. She could tell she felt so bad for me, and she literally offered me a hot meal and a shower in her house, and she was a Christian. And I'm like, those two definitely correlate. If she wasn't a Christian, she was just your standard person. I'm not saying she wouldn't have helped me, but I couldn't have guaranteed it. But she said, no, honestly, my Lord, the Lord was calling me, and I knew in that moment I had to help you. And I was like, holy shit, like, you don't even know who I am. I was like, I'll stay outside, you can shower me down with a hose. I felt bad, I didn't want her to feel at any more risk than she did. Like, I could tell she felt uncomfortable, but she still put herself out there, which was just fucking incredible. And, really, it shook me up a bit. And I was like, you know what, maybe I need to try harder. Maybe I need to be a better person. So that's why I'm like, if I'm a good person, hopefully it has a knock-on impact effect. It's just the way it is, man. I'll sit there and be like, yeah, I've got this, I've travelled a lot, but through unhonest work, feeding, and this is the truth of it, feeding off of other people's addictions, that's evil. That is an evil. And a lot of people go, oh, but somebody needs to do it. Cool, granted, do what you got to do at the end of the day. And I kind of understand that, because if somebody didn't have the bud, then I never would have been able to have it. And it's a complex topic. It really is. But I also think selling somebody's Colombian marching powder compared to selling somebody a herb is very different. Yes, they both originate from a plant, but one's heavily altered with chemicals, petrol, fucking chlorine, cut with crap. I mean, seriously, like, it's just an evil to do that to somebody, and especially to then sell that to kids. I mean, I didn't do that. I'm just saying this is one thing I would, but that is an evil, in my opinion. And people go, oh, you've got to make money. Like, so I wouldn't start my own company. I'd rather work the hard way around, because at least I've tried. That's all that matters, But yeah, man. Anyway, I will be back in a second, guys. I'm gonna go walk the dog. I'll just take her out quickly. What time is it? I'll probably have until like 2 o'clock. It's 11:30. Finish the tattoo off when I come back in. But honestly, thank you so much for everyone sticking around. I mean, I was thinking of doing like a podcast because people generally do just like hearing stories. And the reason I think it's quite cool, and I mean, when I said, like, when I had the DMT trip and he was like, you know what to do, you know what to say. I've always thought my stories and what I've been through, I'm never trying to sit there and say it's worse than someone else. I don't know. Our pain is subjective. It's what we experience is the worst you can go through. But the amount of people, like recently I met a guy who's older and he's getting, I'm not going to say who he is, all I say is that alone. And I met him through like an event I went to with my partner, family thing. And I know he's struggling and the same things I was struggling with. And he said, honestly, man, it's fucking massively inspirational. He said, it does annoy me a little bit because you've done it younger, but you must have gone through a lot to get to the point of like needing a change. And that's very true, but I'm like, rather than people having to get to that point, I'd rather give people a bit of a wake-up call. Relive some of my pain sometimes, ish. I've dealt with it, but still, it can be challenging. Yeah, I'd rather sit there and move on with positive stuff, but it does seem to help people. Obviously, sometimes I want to do podcasts where I'm just like, I don't know, reviewing videos of me falling off the board, and it's fucking hilarious that way, because that's also one of the other best cures in life is just laughing at yourself, man. I'm not even joking. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I appreciate everybody. What would you say, sorry? That's kind. Yeah, it was very kind of them. I mean, that lady did not owe me. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about, the lady at the church. The lady didn't owe me shit. You know what I mean? She didn't have to put herself through that, and she still did. And I think that made me realise, okay, cool, I could sit here quietly and act like there's not an issue going on all the time, but there is an issue, and people need to speak about it. And you've got to be brave. You can't. You know what I mean? You've got to be brave. And that was brave of her. And it's like she didn't have a husband or anything. So I'm a younger guy, I'm like 18, 19. She's like an old lady, bless her, and she trusted me with that. I think that's incredible. A bit too trusting, I must say. As a person who needed that help, that's real. I did need help. I felt like, damn, that was very... Like, I would dread to think somebody who would actually use her in the wrong way, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe rob her or something like that. It'd be horrible. She's such a kind lady, and I don't want her world to be torn apart because of her trying to be kind and then someone fucks her over. Like, it is horrible. So that's why I'm like, kids need to sort their shit out. Adults even need to. The amount of adults I met on here, no offence, but actually to be honest, I don't really give a shit. If you're an idiot, you know it. Like, there's someone who comes on here and the way, stop doing it now, but apparently he's like, he had his own business and stuff like that. He's trying to troll me every day, and I'm like, bro, if you were sitting there every day trolling me and being negative like he was, it would ruin your work day because of cortisol or whatever it's called, in your body, the stress chemical. I was like, there's no way, because he was on my life for 6 hours, like, alright, I'm going to run my business now. I was like, bro, no one says it like that. You know what I mean? I might go, I have my own business, but then I'll say, right, I'm going to go do some work now. So someone might go, oh, what work do you do? Oh, I have my own company, I design, you know, then. But I don't just go, right, everybody, I'm going to run my own business now, like that. What the fuck, who says it like that? Maybe people do, not me. You know, I just see it like, yeah, I'm going to go design some graphics, or I'm going to go and make some boards. Because it is what I do. I know, obviously, I don't need to fucking tell myself every time I, like, you know. BPD, as I say, I'm sorry to hear that. BPD is illegal. Also, I've got that diagnosed. I think that's, I don't know, at first that made me very, like, not give a shit about people and feelings and things like that. But after just being, I mean, okay, my partner, my family, my adopted family, friends have all turned around and said, look, Josh, I've never met anybody with more of a traumatic story. I can't get into things on here, completely everything. And it's not, and I mean, this is always, as I said, an opinion, because I think, like, as always, I do agree. How on earth could mine be the worst thing when you have not experienced my thing? You've experienced your own loss and your own pain, and do you know what I mean? So I don't like that whole argument. Yes, I've learnt a lot from it, and yes, it turned me around quicker, it matured me faster. So, like, people always assume that, like, I don't have BPD, but I'm the first person in the morning to get angry and be fucking mad that I'm awake and I'm alive at the world. It takes me like half an hour, 45 minutes to adjust. Because when you're asleep, bliss, no BPD, no pain, no anxiety, none of that shit. And then you wake up and you're like, this again. and I do get it too. So I don't want people to think, you know, why does this person get to have these conditions and he's completely fine? Like, no, days are a fucking nightmare. They drag on, they're painful, they're exhausting. Like, I'll be screaming into a pillow. Like, I literally like want to just break everything. I want to break myself. I want to tear my hair out. Like, this is being real. Like, this is why I talk about men opening up, because, well, men all it don't matter, but men, I'm not gonna lie, I feel extra worse for men, feeling like they can't open up. I do. Every time I see a man cry, I know why he's crying. Well, not know why he's crying, but I know he's crying extra hard because he feels like he can't open up. He feels like, I literally said yesterday, I was like, and I don't mind telling people this, I was on the phone to my daughter's parents, I said, look, I just wanted, they're like, oh, we done it. I said, look, I just wanted, you might not realise, because to everyone else, they need money and birthday gifts and da-da-da, but I said, I've been homeless. I was beaten. I had nothing as a kid. The only thing I want is a parent or somebody to listen to, adopted parent. I just want to be able to sit there and go, this is what I've done, this is what I've worked on. But like, I mean, they were getting mad. They were like, you know, I don't have to describe it, and I don't mind saying online, it's upset me. And, you know, people seem to want you to fail sometimes. That might not be the case, it could be like a bit of a paranoid mindset. But I really don't feel so, because it's like everybody, when you're at rock bottom, they're like willing to be there to pick themselves up, to be like, yes, I'm helping this person, right? Not everyone, but some people. But when I'm at the top or I'm moving up, they're like jealous, they just ignore me, they air you, they completely air you out, and I've been aired out by every single person. I'm like, right, fuck you then, that's how you want to be, right? So going through it alone as well in emotions, I do, it's honestly fucking difficult, and I had a spiral, a meltdown yesterday, I had a meltdown the day before, I'll probably have a meltdown today, right? It's just how we deal with it and how we move on through that. Like, breathe, collect yourself, do something that takes you away from it for a minute, and then, you know, deal with it again if you can. Because sometimes it's like unmanageable. The moment you start to think about it again, you would just fucking... I go into like 1,000-yard stare, because I feel like just BPD alone has caused me to have PTSD, just because of how horrible it is to live with. I mean, people can look it up online, these are facts. It's the worst condition to deal with in psychiatry and be treated with. It's the hardest to treat, and it also feels like 3rd-degree burns over your whole body when you're having an episode. And bear in mind, an episode can happen like every 20 seconds. Like, this is not a lie. A lot of people think, because I told my partner that, she was like, no way. And I was like, well, obviously I think it's a bit disrespectful to people who actually have 3rd-degree burns, because that's legitimately a burn. But imagine for your whole life knowing you've got a condition that's going to feel like you're being burned alive, because it's like your skin, you boil. It's a whole other definition of, like, your blood is boiling. Quite literally, your blood is boiling. And if you've got BPD as well, you have probably experienced that yourself already, because, you know, you will have, yeah, Angel, I'm guessing you would have experienced this already. Because BPD is not a thing that you would have got in the last few days either. It had been saying that's, you know, over years. If you've ever been angry, you'll know what I mean. Like, fuck, it's bad. It's bad. And you say things that, like, normally people say things in anger. Do you know what they say? You say true things in anger. Normal person does. People with BPD don't. They say anything they can to try and hurt the person who's hurt them on the same level. They actually don't mean it most of the time. But they can become some of the most violent, vicious, angry people, because they won't give up until their point is proven. They won't give up. That is severe. But honestly, fair play for, like, you know, getting to where you have now in life. Remember that, like, you've always made it through the worst point. I always say that to people, if you've got BPD or PTSD, it may feel like you're reliving the trauma again, which it does a lot of the time. Your emotions, like, what it is your central nervous system's like on the blink. That's how I describe it. Like, your central nervous system's already at boiling point. It's broken. It's not had time to heal. And how does it? Work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep. Well, you don't get time to just deal with your shit. Have some time away. When you do have time away, you're just trying to get away from the work, let alone the shit you had when you've gone through to get to where you are. Like, it's a fucking nightmare. So it's about self-care, really. Central nervous system's always in a bit. Like, I can go out to the beach, I can go out anywhere, I go stay in a hotel, and I'm fine because it's a new place. My central nervous system's not overloaded with it. But when I'm in if I literally do the same thing over and over and over again, that's what sends me nuts. So you know you've got to love it too, like tattooing or whatever. But say if I'm doing dishes, and I'm like, oh man, I literally just done these like 20 minutes ago, that can send someone spiraling, because it feels repetitive, just like the condition does. Because it conditions you to just, I don't know, there's so many things that... But yeah, it's also now called emotionally unstable personality disorder, if that kind of puts it into perspective for people a little easier. Oh, 100%. Okay, that's an odd one, but yeah. So yeah, you're so right there, bro. That central nervous system reset. You can't fully reset it because it is fully on the blink. You know what I mean? But you can give yourself time. Like, do absolutely nothing for a bit. Breathe. Just let it calm down, and then start off with some fun little hobbies, activities that you enjoy that aren't going to cause stress or anger or agitation of any kind. And I promise you, it's probably the best way to like ground yourself again. Because if you sit there and try and, weirdly with most things, if you take a breather and then try and work through the issue, it helps most people. But with BPD, you'll probably find that the issue is not workable. And that sounds really bad, but it's because it's the trauma that's inflicting. It's the pain, and it's just almost like this anger. And the reason it's so hard to treat is because you feel like you have the right to be angry with BPD. And when people try and tell you to like calm down, it's like, whoa, like that's it. You bite the head off, especially for me. Someone tells me to calm down, I'm like, I'll lose it. I'm like, you don't know what it's like. You can never know what it's like. And so all you need is someone to really hear you and understand, even though they can't understand. Just be like, look, I hear you. Maybe just, look, it almost can't tell you anything to calm down. You've got to find it in yourself, really, with BPD. It will happen. It just burn out, essentially. And then extreme exhaustion that kicks in afterwards when you've like, I just go to sleep after I've had a complete meltdown. But I don't want people thinking online, hey, he's got it all together. No one's got it all together. I don't know who the fuck does. I mean, we're all people, and we're no different. We all have central nervous systems, as I said, and very easily can all be put on the blink. So just remember to take care of yourself. Like for me, weirdly, helping people with my shit or their shit actually can help me out. I feel a lot better. It's like I'm doing something productive with my life, where, because if I'm going to work anyway and do stuff for other people, I'd rather do something that actually helps people mentally, not just like, hey, how can I help you today, what can I get you, and then be treated with shit by like customer services. I cannot deal with customer service. I could deal with this sort of customer service, so I'm not like, it's, you're, I don't know how to describe it, right? You're connecting with people over something you actually understand with each other. And obviously we're all different, but I mean, you can correlate the same shit. But normally in a workplace, and I really respect people who work retail, someone come in who's like, oh, why aren't you smiling? Oh, put a smile in, and all this shit. Are you dumb? Have you ever lived on planet Earth? Do you know how hard this place is? Fair play to Americans, right, for dealing with people and having to have the customer service. Like, oh, fuck that. In the UK, you could fall over in a shop and you could be a colleague and you could walk past, look at somebody on the floor, an employee, and it's not your job to help them up. It's a nice thing to do as a human being, but it's not your job. But in America, it's like they come in and like, hey, how can I help you? Right, like, they follow you around. Like, just down here we have this, and down here I'm like, oh no, fuck that shit. People aren't happy enough to do that. I mean, I can't, you know what I mean? Truthfully, that's what I personally find anyway. Where'd I put the fucking lighter? Oh, interesting. Beans, man. I might have to have beans on toast, I'm not gonna lie. It's triggered me, I want beans on toast now. Right, peace, love, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. I appreciate it.